log in to control conference cycle.
Robbie9, come in, out of the internet, little buddy. It's time to do Verbal Militia TV. Oh, hey, Robbie9, what's up? Oh, wait, hold on, Robbie9. I got some props here for the guest host, super male model guest host, Robbie9, the program Sheeple Robot, and or completely informed, real, true Ultraman, true speaker robot. Robbie9. Way to go, Robbie9. You got a kazoo from up the street. No, Ice Cube 3 is not coming in. He's already up in the Bulletproof DJ booth. Robbie9. Hey, Ice Cube 3. Got your whistle. You like that? Where is G9 Jr.? G9 Jr. 66. G9 GR. Where's G.I. Joe 66 at, Robbie9? He's not in sleep mode. Get him out of the internet. Get him in here. Oh, hey, G9 GR. I got you this. Like Happy New Year. You like that? Now we got our little props like, what's his name? Carrot Top for the show. We should have a real successful show that I never wanted to do. That somehow I always knew I'd be forced to do. Long before I knew phone tards couldn't read 9 words on a smartphone. Not the VM plan I wanted to do. That's what the VMTV show is. It's the anti-the VM plan. It is anti-federal TV programming. It is that. It is the anti-post 9/11 your God is still government-fed PSYOP show. It is that show. It's always the same show. It is the scam show, where I say what the scam is in 9 words for phone tards on smartphones. Contractual liberty is the scam in capitis diminutio minima for good reason. Contractual liberty is the scam worldwide already. I think that's 8 words, Robbie9 - marc27. Now, you should be able to reverse engineer everything I know from that. If you're willing to forget everything you believe, forget everything you believe you think, and forget everything you believe you know. Everything you were sold after 9/11 was a conspiracy theory scapegoat hunt. Let's make it conspiracy theories, Robbie9, to branch everyone off in different directions. Now you got general truthers, is Bigfoot real? Is the earth flat when obviously it's round like the moon? If you've ever shared anything on the flat earth fed PSYOP, I will find out about it, and you can't be VM. You are too dumb. Period. To be completely informed, that's not knowing everything, Robbie9. It sounds impossible, but it was an impossibility that I achieved. I would have believed, not thought. I would have anti-thought in legal fiction make believe before it happened. It didn't just happen. It took a lot of hard work. When I'm the uncoverer of constitutor, that's a legal term. He who agrees by a simple pact to pay the debt of another. Well, the Constitution is a debt contract scam then. Now, whose debt are we paying? Treaty of Peace, 1763 to 1783 of by and for the Holy Roman Empire. Not the scapegoat Jews that haven't been alive since 250 AD. Since the Roman conquered slave state of Judea ceased to exist in 135 AD, I don't care how tricky you believe the Jews are, they can't live to be almost 1900 years old. You have what is called nationality. It should be called contractual federality, not like a tribe of Indians, not like the National Baseball League with a capital N, national, and capitis diminutio minima. What you have is contractual federality, you have spirituality, and then you have something called genealogy, which is science theory still. I don't care how much they know about it. They don't know, how the human brain works. They don't know how the human body works. They don't know a lot of things in science theory. First of all, they don't know that human is not a word. That's a legal term for slave. Hue of a man, shade of a man, partial man, portion of a man, federal state of Vatican debt cred, world legal fiction, corporate commercial, federal being. A living creature and federal being. That's what a human being is. Out of the lifelong Holy Roman debt contract scam for 10% Bible, they got a legal term called woman, womb of a man. It was a long time before they started doing federal commerce with African people. They weren't slaves, they were kidnapped, you know. What I see is slaves on the internet and pretty much everywhere. I see slaves. Kunta Kinte was not a slave. He was captured, put in a cage, worked for a slave master, but he wasn't a slave. He was in chains. Your chains are mental. Everyone I'm speaking to. So the title of the show, Robbie 9, what is it, Ice Cube 3? Federally being completely informed is more about what you're able to forget than know. It is that simple. You either know the scam or you don't. You go to Walmart and ask 100 completely brainwashed, totally clueless sheep who come out of Walmart, is government a scam? You stick the microphone in their face and, you know, a lot of those wouldn't answer. But if you got 100 of them to answer, and let's say it wasn't quite that setting in a private setting, almost 100 sheep would say, of course, government is a scam, marc27. Is that a lowercase a or a capital A or lowercase s or a capital S contractual scam? Yeah, we just don't like paying taxes, but we pay them because what we obey, pay, worship, and serve. And that is your God. That is your one world religion. Complete with one world military already. That is worship. What you pay voluntarily, contractually. What you obey voluntarily, contractually. What you fund, mass death everywhere in more ways than I can even imagine. All constantly, all happening at the same time. And we do that. You know, the Rockefellers don't do that. Bill Gates doesn't do that. They don't contract your baby into a federal corporation, child, genderless federal corporation, civilly dead, legalized terrorist, public enemy, legalized insurgent, bankrupt federal corporation for life, in debt, in military service to the Vatican. The Rothschilds don't do that. Prince Philip doesn't do that. The Nazi hag doesn't, you know. Obama doesn't. Trump doesn't do it. Your pastor at the Freemason scam church doesn't do it. The woman, womb of a man, the primary signer on the birth certificate contract does that. There doesn't have to be a secondary signature. If it is a signature, you're signing an addendum to the contract. The Constitution is part of the contract. No one ever signed the Constitution. As far as I know, there's constitutions in every so-called country, every federal corporation bankrupt for life. They call countries. I don't know of anybody signing Mexico's Constitution, Canada's Constitution, Iran's Constitution, Israel's Constitution, Russia's Constitution. After 1992, they had one before that. So if a constitutor is he who agrees by a simple pact pay on the debt of another, this is always a principal obligation, and of buying for the Holy Roman Empire is in the Treaty of Peace. Who do you think you're the contracted debt slave to, Ice Cube 3? What do you mean you didn't legally consent? You mean you didn't agree to the contract? Yeah, you can't agree to the contract because shall not means shall in legalese. So you can't agree to it, but when you sign it, that's when you legally consent to it. It has nothing to do with agreeing to the terms of the contract written in world Vatican debt slave, opposite English / your languages here, all of them. Legalese word magic. That's why I invented something called Open Honest Legal English Ease, and you'll see me using a lot of words. A lot of people don't like to read over 9 words, Robbie 9, on the internet. But I'm telling you the difference in the 2 languages. So I'm telling you what legalese is, the correct information in legalese, and I'm making it right with what that's really saying in English. When you read the Declaration of Independence, you're not reading what it's saying. It's legally stating the terms of the contract in legalese, not English. Yes, they're English words. It's still English. Legalese would be a form of English, but you're not the beneficiary, you're not the trustee, you're not trusted, and you don't benefit. I know you can co-sign and get a vehicle loan for your daughter, and you think that's great. Credit, there's a word. Doesn't that mean debt? If I got a good credit score, I got a good debt score because I can borrow as much debt as I want. Where did the founding Freemasons borrow it? After blowing out the Continental Dollar in the New World from 1492 to 1945, when world government formed, not a post 9/11 Fed psyop New World Order on the way from now on, when obviously the United Nations is world government. And if you check the list of so-called nations, those are bankrupt federal corporations on that list against the list of constitutions. Why don't you go look at them? I've already checked them. Why don't you go check them? Find me 3 so-called countries that are not on that list. On either or of them. Either and or. Like in legalese, to show you're not reading English, a comma in English means pause, then go on reading. But in a contract, it means pause and or then go on reading. So when you read the Declaration of Independent Contractor Agreement between the holy pedophiles at the top, British monarchy, the property managers, have a sip of tea on the Nazi hag, proper tea. And the obvious founding Freemasons who were sent here to colonize. That's a word, means slave colony. The Americas they were sent to, the New World, not America. Just as it's called Russia now, not the USSR, when it should have been called the USSA the entire time, because capital W in welfare in the constitutional debt contract scam, that doesn't mean a people's welfare with a lowercase w. It means federal welfare, for the federal welfare of the Union. Vatican Debt Slave Workers Union is what you're in. You're in a republic. Congress has a democracy. Oh, that's even worse than if 440 million United States citizens. Let's not call them Americans, because United States of Canada is included in that. United States of Mexico is included in that. Are you getting a little gist on what the scam is? The Constitution, and I'm only referring to the first one, and as far as I'm concerned, it's said that we gift the state of Israel lots of financial aid. That's world contractual legal fiction Vatican debt. The first Constitution was the first one. It's one worldwide constitutional debt contract scam. We've got state constitutions. We got, what, 57 constitutions, like Obama said? Robbie 9. Most people don't know that Puerto Rico's a state, Israel's a state, as far as I'm concerned. What is another one? Guatemala, I think, is a U.S. state. Not so sure they vote, but that doesn't legally matter to me. The terms of the contract legally matter to me. Since 1933, the emergency financial manufactured Great Depression emergency. That's what it was declared for, but they added the War Powers Act, Bill, Act, Statute. That's contractual policy, statutory, capital L letter law, not lowercase L letter law, because policy readers who read sponsored bills, they don't write, obviously, read the policy on the World Vatican Debt Slave teleprompter. It doesn't matter if it's Putin, Ahmadinejad, or Netanyahu. I'm saying a lot of people on this show, Robbie Nine, when it's a what, not a who. A debt contract scam is a what, not a who. It's voluntary. And this is where all truther fails lay down like fainting goats. As soon as the scam of contractual liberty becomes voluntary, like voluntary contractual tyranny is a legalese oxymoron, total fainting goat, perma sheep. They want your God government. They want your sport of crying about the Jews. You don't owe 1 cent to the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds. You're in debt. They are in debt. They have Vatican debt creds in their fictional, legal fiction bank that can't be owned. Not even a clod of dirt can be owned. Contractual ownership is the exact opposite, not of you owning things that can't be owned, of you having things now, like your offspring you registered as federal claim property, and that's why your Cap G God government could come pick up the child, your baby in English, child legal term, because it's registered claim property already. They're just reclaiming the property you claimed. Register in legalese means a transference of corporate stock, corporate commercial stock. Private business. Hey, I got a personal home loan, Robbie Nine. Personal. Private. Artificial person. If you don't know what that is, you should go find out. An artificial person. That's what you're federally acting as. That's what you legally consented to only federally act as your federal being in court. You're there representing your bankrupt federal corporation in court, which just so happens to be you with one so-called person in the corporation. So you can go to prison where Microsoft, and not so easy to put everybody in Microsoft in prison, or everybody Planned Parenthood in prison for not murdering unborn, not yet contracted babies. So they didn't sign the contract, so it's not unconstitutional to kill and to constitutionally, legally, lovingly, and greatly and goodly by the God government kill the babies and sell them for federal commerce. That's not illegal or unconstitutional. It's not unconstitutional. If that were English, that would be a double negative. There were no votes to make it legal. They just had the Supreme Court decision, but it's not unconstitutional. There was no statutory anti-laws passed on it. Now, there might be regulations after the fact saying it's not legally stating that it's not unconstitutional. Outlaw, outside the contract, in church, in school, in business, in professional sports, in court, in politics, in the government. How do you get in there, Robbie Knight? Just dive right in like swimming pool? Or you get in the contract? Then we got these things. George Carlin, I figured out long after I figured out rights didn't exist. It has a video out there that says rights don't exist, but he also says, well, if rights don't exist, then he has the right to kill you. No, you don't. You don't have that contractual liberty. The police do. Police pretty much always do, because they're at war, at combat, Emergency War Powers Act, at any time. So that's kind of what the military does. Capital M militia doesn't mean a lowercase m militia for the people's militia. It means federal militia. Cap A arms by the founding Freemason federal agents paid special federal agents, unlike us, contracted general federal agents. They didn't really define what arms was. It doesn't say firearms, not yet. It doesn't say lowercase g guns. A pointy stick could be an arm in your belt. If you put a pointy stick in your belt, poke somebody in the eye with it, that could be a weapon once you use it as a weapon. A gun with lowercase g is a non-registered firearm. They'll call those illegal firearms, illegal weapons. Well, they wouldn't be weapons if you didn't register them as federal property firearms, legally classifying them as offensive weapons. A gun would be a private tool, and I don't like to use the word private or personal. So let's use another word. Let's use an English word. An individual defensive tool. Until you use it for offense. You know, maybe you used it for offense in your defense. But a chainsaw, you know, you could use as an individual defensive tool. It's not a weapon. That's a legal term. There's two languages here, people. And if you don't know the scam is contractual liberty, justly open your eyes and look around everywhere all of the time. The time. In capitis diminutive minima. The Roman Gregorian time. The holy pedophile time. That's whose time you're on. If you go to federal employment, if you go to work and you're on your boss's time, you're not doing your work. Well, you're not on your time even when you're off work. You're on Vatican debt slave time. That means something. That legally matters and means something. So when you're born with natural abilities, and guess what? People with arms that weren't there when they were born, they're not born equal to everyone else. Not physically anyway. So this whole equality, you know, nothing is equal. I don't see two people being the same, maybe twins, but they're still not the same. They're not equal. Capital W, welfare, is federal welfare, so it's been a Nazi socialist state of federal being the entire time. Don't say it's Democrats doing it now. That was Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson was a socialist. Thomas Jefferson, I don't want to use the legal term because he wasn't convicted of it, forcibly fucked his 12, 13-year-old slaves without their permission. There you go. It's not rape until after the contractual policy violation conviction, making it the contractual policy violation of rape. If OJ, he didn't actually kill him, Robbie 9, that would be contractual. Actual, contractual, factual. If OJ, I won't say truly, because it's pretty bad, dishonest maybe that he did. If OJ really killed Ron and Nicole, then OJ constitutionally, legally killed Ron and Nicole. He didn't get away with murder or breaking the law that doesn't exist. So whenever I talk about the scam or anything else, I now think of things in those three terms: actual, real, and true. In that order too, because I don't obey people or English words, but I do have to obey the statutory contractual policy, capital L letter law. To a certain extent, don't have to, but you know, that's a different word. I do out of the convenience of not going to jail than prison if you do it enough times. Keep not obeying the contractual policy. And you keep getting caught at it. That's the main thing. If you don't get caught at it, like Hillary Clinton doesn't get caught at it, she's not breaking the law. She's never been charged, probably. So somehow all the liars and cheating scammers get all the extra contractual liberties there, if you didn't notice that. and you thought you run around and put face paint on and wear your camo out in the woods, you're a private people's militia. Yeah, you're a terrorist group, but any group is a terrorist group from the Patriot Act. We're all legalized terrorists now for life. Let's get real, people. Your offspring, from the day you contract them to the scam, the mark of the beast, the truth. I say they're all the same thing. When you go to court, you swear to your God government to tell the truth. That's a legal term. Can't mean real or true if it's a legal term. It's actual, contractual, factual, anti-natural, supernatural, anti-possible, like owning things that can't be owned, like having rights that don't exist. Your belief in the contract is an impossibility that shouldn't be achieved. No one should sign the contract being a debt slave of the Vatican, period. If that's all everyone knew, and maybe we wouldn't have policy readers pretending to be our legal gods. There's the actual reason I do what I do. The real reason is I got real skin in the game. I've been doing this for 17 years. I don't want to see my 17 years of Vatican debt slave time being wasted 1 second longer. That's my life that's being wasted. And then there's the true reason. I do it for every unborn, not yet contracted little baby boy and baby girl not yet contracted into the world. A contractual legal fiction. Not into the world of federal commerce, new world order on the way from now on, the world of international commerce already. That's federal Vatican debt slave time. Commerce. Contracts, federal buildings, Roman architecture, federality is what they should call nationality. If you are a follower of a religion, first thing you should have to do is like prove that you're following it. You know, I don't see many Christians who have sold everything that they have and given all the money away to the poor yet so they can be a Jesus follower. And they switch the name up. You're a Christ follower. You're a Christian. You follow the oil. That's what that means in Latin, Christos. So we got that part of the scam out of the way. We're going to talk about legalese, because to be completely informed, you have to know what the scam is or you don't know what the scam is. One of the two. You either know what the scam is or you don't. It's contractual liberty. You contracted all your contractual liberties all away already. You're still using contractual liberties every day. Now they're federally, constitutionally, legally, contractually, federally being legally regulated away. Constitutionally regulated away. So stop worshiping that worldwide, one-sided, open-ended third party. End of days, world population control, Vatican debt slave and extermination Nazi policy contract that you didn't know you signed on to. You didn't know you were signing a contract like I didn't when I was signing a driver's license or a Social Security insurance contract or birth certificates. That the government doesn't issue you the birth certificate. It's not a straw man debating tactic. It's a real contract with real paper. You signed it with real ink, with a real pen. You chose to do that. All choices are foolish. All decisions are wise. You can't make a decision without having all the information. You can't make wise decisions without being completely informed. You can only make foolish choices, federally foolish choices. I would venture to say that every federal employment job is, let's say, spying, extermination, enslavement. There's your three jobs. You're working at McDonald's, serving poison food. You're a doctor, you're just killing as many babies as possible with vaccines. That's why you get paid the most. You're an attorney, not a capital L letter lawyer. That's what you are if you answer the question to the magistrate in the baby's high chair with a black robe on, black Saturnalia robe, that we want to appoint an attorney for you, and you agree, you legally consent verbally. You're saying, I'm incompetent to represent my official person, federal corporation, therefore I need a British monarchy, qui tam attorney, suing on behalf of the king. That's what qui tam means. Licensed and assured, ready to practice the law like they practice medicine. They give you legal advice and medical advice. You have to follow the advice, Robbie Knight? Well, you're not supposed to have to. You don't really have to do anything except eat, breathe. No, you don't have to have shelter, Robbie Knight. The fact that they make it so difficult to have shelter is part of the reason everybody loves being in these scams, so they're not freezing to death or, walking in the streets, city camping their entire lives. So to be completely informed, you have to be completely informed on the scam. To be completely informed on the scam, you have to be completely informed on what legalese is. I can say I know English. I do know English. I failed it in high school, so I took it twice. I just didn't turn any homework in because the high school teacher, Mr. Jeff Sartorius, said, we're going to treat this like a college class. You don't have to turn in anything. I said, well, I passed the test. I passed all the tests, but I still got like 0.00, like Blue Tarsky in Animal House, Robbie Knight. And I got 4 F's, and then I had to take it for the next year, and I got 4 A's, or E's, what they call them. Excellent. So it's not that I didn't learn it, so I kind of got the advantage of learning it twice. I know I sound like a hillbilly river rat, Cajun coon ass, Jacksonville, West Side, total redneck, okay? I don't have a smarty pants British voice or a smooth and soothing Aussie voice. I suck at public speaking. I'm not trying to be great at it. I'm not even trying to be good at it. I should be typing this because it's a contractual language that you don't know. For me to try to tell you capital L letter law versus lowercase l letter law, instead of you seeing that with your eyes, how it's written in a contract, since legalese is primarily a contractual language. I'm not so sure about English. And I used to believe, falsely, federally be the lie live, that some English words were hijacked and turned into legal terms. I don't believe that anymore, Robbie Knight. I don't know that's the case of children. Child is a legal fiction term. So I don't know how far back they were saying children. But I do know the King James Version Bible wasn't written and put out in English till 1605. Anybody's out there want to check that date? Pretty sure that's it. If the Old Testament was written in anything, it was written in African, because Hebrews came from Africa. And they were turned semi-Caucasian Jews by the Roman soldiers, just like Thomas Jefferson, probably George Washington and Hamilton, and what else you want to do with a bunch of female slaves except make more slaves? Make some half-white house slaves, Robbie Knight, like the Romans, make them be more Roman. That's what you do when you're the founding Freemasons. Of course, they love contractual liberty. With all the liberties they got, not contracted away over the next 244 years by design. They love their independent contractor agreement because they got set up over here as the new kings of the new world. Each had their own little kingdom, every state. Freedom, there's a word. Freedom from what exactly? G.I. Joe 66, are you going in sleep mode? Come on, buddy. Oh, I see. You're paying attention. Freedom from The Scam. Good one. Good one, G.I. Joe 66. Everybody has freedom from what? What about freedoms? How many freedoms do you need? Because those are kind of the stupidest freedoms. D-U-M-B-S. Yeah, they're called civil liberties, like, very civil and bloody and very nice also, because civil means nice, even though it's always bloody. Civil wars. Roman civil law. It's papal bullshit. Anti-law. Where you use anti-money to anti-buy things. Anti-know things. But you can anti-think in legal fiction, make-believe things. You can do that in legal fiction. I won't even claim that I know anything in legal fiction. It would be like if I was, let's say, the greatest, super greatest studier of the book Moby Dick. I could know every little detail about the book Moby Dick. I would not know Moby Dick, though. I mean, I'd say Moby Dick would be a fictional character. So you don't really know anything if you study Moby Dick. You might know the book, but in what we call reality, like realtor, real estate, that's what you believe. URL, the meaning of the word truth. That's a federal state of what you believe. The truth's whatever you believe. To get the truth, you have to be lied to first. There's something about it. Why do you need the truth if something before that wasn't a lie? You're going to listen to the liars like after 9/11? Like Ron Paul saying contractual liberty is great when contractual liberty is the scam? Libertarians. Let's go look at your Second Amendment. Why is A capitalized? Why is S capitalized? Why is M capitalized in capitalist diminished minima? That militia is not you, the people. That's the police and the military. You were lied to in legalese. Legalese doesn't lie. You're lying to yourself when you believe you're reading English when you're reading legalese. Legalese tells me the truth. It also says nothing real and or true because it's contractual, actual, factual. Like Christopher Columbus discovered the New World with people already here. Some 10 million people were here first. He didn't, here's a word, find it. He didn't find it. He discovered it, whatever that means in legal fiction. Did he find it with people already here, Robbie Nine, or did they find it first? You see how that's not true? See that? Or real? He didn't really find it or truly find it. They were savages, though, Robbie Nine. Muslims, terrorists, savages, gooks. Just put some labels on them. So if you're out there and you follow the Jewish faith or into Christianity insanity or Islam, you're a believer of things. You don't know any of that. You don't know anything. You go to Bible college and study that Bible all you want. You don't know anything because it's a contract. It's a debt contract scam. The contract's when you sign the Freemason scam actual church covenant / contract. URL meaning of the word covenant. URL meaning of the word tithe, and it means tax. George Carlin ain't got shit on me. I heard George Carlin's mom was an English professor or something. That's how he got all into words being his comedy routine. I like George Carlin, but he's dead now. He can't legally matter at all. I still can. Not by myself. Completely useless, futile, fruitless, impotent. When it's just me saying these things. And I'm not saying them, they're not my opinion. It's easily verifiable legal fact, not my opinion. That's called true speak. I'm no longer claiming to be a truth teller. I am a real true speaker. when I say what's true, I also have to say what's false. So it's kind of like the truth. You have to be lied to first. I can't say only what's true. I have to tell you what's false also. Like the Continental Dollar being blown out, and second president of the United States, so-called, not the 13th or whatever, maybe that was before that, but John Adams had to sail over and curtsy before King George and swear he'd never attack, whatever you want to call it, the British monarchy soldiers, the idiots that stand in line and shoot guns in their face for each other. Line up and shoot each other for world population control, you idiot slaves. You got white suits on, we pay you more. So you're the violent part of society. Get out of here, Romans. Get out of our Senate. Go kill some people. If you don't have enough people to kill, or you kill them all off, we'll give you some roads. Build the roads. Stay away from Rome. Go conquer some stuff. You can rape and pillage and take all the loot you want. That's always been a part of every military. I'm sure it still is. They're all in on the scam. So when you're in the military, just know how much of an idiot you are fighting other idiots in the Vatican, the world Vatican debt slave military, or your one world religion, your Captain G God government. Why don't you URL pics of gravestone names and then whip out your federal commercial lifetime driver's license? It may expire or be revoked or lost. It doesn't, that's your lifetime contract. You're the driver, not traveler in English. You're the driver. And a lot of people want to put paper tags, private vehicle, oxymoron. All property is federal property. It can't be owned. It's registered and claimed federal property. You did it. Hey, pioneers, go out west. Here, there's probably a lot of gold out there too. We'll lie about that later and get you to move all the way to California. But just go out west of the Mississippi and stake your claim, and we'll give you 40 acres and a mule, Robbie Knight, when they registered that claimed federal property for the British monarchy in debt in military service. Do you think they ever got the mule, Robbie Knight, from the government shipping mules out? Yeah, I don't see us shipping many mules. Not the government. When I say us, I'm the government. I'm marc27 of the government. The verbal militia, the verbal militia department of the government. Did you work for the government, Robbie Knight? Good answer. Not exactly. You don't exactly. Okay. Now, you got those two parts hearsay for me. I've given you some legal facts. You can look those up. But to be completely informed, you're going to have to know how to sell this information for free, for fun as a team. And the only way you're going to do that is watching what I've been doing for, well, since 2010, 10 years. Since I didn't want to join Facebook, I was like, that's a spy op. I'm not going there. 5 years before Facebook and smartphones, brain dead smartphones you can't own, I was at a place called Justin TV. I got to think back. This is probably a Fed psyop. Got all the truthers in one place chatting away. The Truth Channel. I've seen every 2 to 3 hour documentary 50 to 100 times after 9/11. Truther documentary. I did have a verbal militia channel. It was deleted about 9 days after I monetized it for a joke. I knew I'd never get the viewing hours to have it monetized. I just kind of wanted to see what the difference was, and there was a big difference right off the bat. I started getting, hey, you got a flag for that? You're playing music. You're doing all kinds of stuff. I lost that channel in about 9 days, and it had pretty much every video after 9/11 that was put out on there. I've seen the all-day events of 9/11 some 250 times on CNN. That was my bumper music, Ice Cube 3, on my VMTV channel, where I tried to get teamwork going way back at JTV in 2006, 2007. So the Mark Douglas Vote the Third account, after the previous two were banned, over 400 BN notes gone, showing my history of, I wasn't completely informed in 2010. I was completely brainwashed and totally clueless in 2010, Robbie Knight. Well, there was a record of that at Facebook, but not anymore. Those I like to still call them channels, but those accounts are deleted and gone. Just like the Verbal Militia channel had every video I would never share again because it's telling you to cry about Jews and end the Federal Reserve, one federal policy when they're all Vatican debt slave and extermination in today's world population control Nazi policy. They've always blamed the bankers. They did it 20 years later when they burned the White House in the first Reichstag fire, the copied one, besides the one, who was it? Nimrod? No, Robbie Knight. Nero, Fiddlewalt, Romeberg. You know, they've been burning books a long time. They've been burning documents. Exactly 20 years after one generation, these farmers probably didn't even know they had a constitution, half of them their entire lives. They didn't have the telegraph system. These farmers couldn't read. They would pay a clerk to read any type of mail that they had. But I guess they found out when the 16 or 18 men or so showed up with their Winchesters, one of their Vatican debt, their taxes. I guess that's when they found out. Gee, I wonder why only 3% were involved, if that. That was the same time they were having a smallpox scare, Robbie Knight. Not so sure that was real anymore. The Black Death and all that. It's in his story, but that doesn't mean it's real or true, does it? That would have kept a lot of people in their house. Supposedly only the Hessians won one battle, and George Washington crossing the Delaware snuck in the dead of night while they're sleeping, shot up a bunch of people and ran away. Also ordered all the troops to be inoculated. That was before vaccines, where they scraped the skin with some cow pus that had supposed smallpox, Black Plague. And if anyone refused those inoculations, they would be shot in the back if they ran away. George Washington was British monarchy federal agent. It was said that you don't shoot at the general on the white horse. It was rude back then. We didn't have much to worry about. And of course, he was the very first president, so of course he could never tell a lie, Robbie Knight, with a hatchet behind his back, where he loved chopping down beautiful cherry trees. But being busted by his dad with a hatchet behind his back, then he loved telling the truth to his dad, like, okay, I don't know how I'm going to get out of this hatchet behind my back, so I'm going to tell you I chopped it down. But I'd never tell a lie. Like Honest Abe killed more people in a mass execution than any other presidential script, screen, speech, teleprompter reader. Honest Abe, hey, truthful George Bush. About honest Bush Sr. or loving Bill Clinton. I'll give him some great loving names. Beautiful Obama. Tyranny defeater Trump. Contractual tyranny is a voluntary oxymoron. But they want you to believe that your God's government is all powerful. Why don't you URL the legal definition of authority? See, it doesn't come from the barrel of a individual defensive tool gun or offensive weapon federal firearm. In contracts, period. Yeah, I studied English twice. That's not a legitimate sentence, although it's written in English in a legal definition. It's not written in legalese. They will throw all kinds of legal terms in there. And I can claim to be the truth finder because I found nothing after 9/11 that wasn't a lie. I just kept finding lie after lie after lie. I didn't find anything true. I didn't find any truths. I just kept finding all lies until I found the all lies only hidden in legalese, which is also deceptively hidden in the English language, like the legal term artificial person, leaving off the artificial part, making you fake people by design, by holy pedophile design, and just lowercase p person. That should be like every pronoun, like every Roman conquered debt, slave, city, and state, like your legal fiction mark of the beast name, capitis diminutum minima, first letter of your name capitalized, sign mark of the beast, Vatican debt slave contracts. And if you sin, that's an archery term, means you missed your mark. You missed signing by the fallen cross, the X. You sin by not worshiping government as your God, the opposite of what the contractual, holy pedophile, legal fiction, capital J, Jesus character, the actual character, didn't do was say Caesar was his God. He didn't claim he was the son of God. He said he was the son of man, according to at least double hearsay and according to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The books are according to, not they wrote them. No one knows who they are. You've got some double hearsay there. Not admissible in court, Robbie Knight. Not very good evidence. Oh, yeah, they sort of all told the same story differently. You know, if I had a car wreck and I show up on Halloween, I'm all bloody. Oh, I had a car wreck. I might scare some people, but if I had 4 people say, hey, we had a car wreck, we're all bloody, maybe they would believe me a little more than, call hospital, call ambulance. Instead of thinking I was Freddy Krueger or something. So that's just to legitimize the Gospels. If you know what that means, it means the good news of military victory. And the military was the Roman military. Doesn't just mean the good news. I got the good news. I got the good news, Robbie Nine. We all figured out the scam. Me, myself, and I. Me, myself, and I. Ice Cube 3. Skull fragment of me. Superstar, world, infamous DJ. Ice Cube 3. Late night vampire DJ. How many hours can you DJ? Ice Cube 3, 72 hours. Wow. Back when I was 33. And there's Robbie 9. I programmed Robbie 9 and I created him. I didn't contractually procreate him like you do your offspring into children. But it is for children's safety, of course, like the great flood that is impossible. Unless the earth was a lot smaller and it was pretty much all covered with water anyway, then a long time ago, if the earth was smaller, then it was possible. But it wouldn't be a flood. It would just always be totally covered in water. That'd be the only way it would be possible. And then there's G.I. Joe 66. He was born VM. Born completely informed. He self-duplicated himself. Self-replicated himself. Little drill sergeant, robot man, Robbie 9. Way to go. G.I. Joe 66. Your future generations of VM. Robbie 9 and I, this is how VM begins. I am the speaker of the first, the VM Army of 27 strong. Any more than that, you have a chat room, not an action room. Robbie 9 is the yes man. Robbie 9 is the conscientious objector. Robbie 9 is the programmed sheeple robot. Robbie 9 is the reluctant buyer. Robbie 9 is the concerned citizen. These are forms of speech, of sales, that's used on you every day in federal TV programming. Every panel you see with 6 talking heads on there. Oh, look, we got a Democrat and a Republican and got the gay guy over here on Fab 5, whatever they call it. They're all selling you the same point, though. That's why they're on the same TV station. Snake oil salesman Rockefeller was said to have used this soapbox method of sales, and you plant some of your partners in the audience to help sway the audience to buy the snake oil, which of course cures everything, Robbie Nine, and makes Rockefeller's money, so it's all good. Otherwise, we wouldn't have roads, Robbie Nine. Gotta have roads. People can't build roads. Only contractual, legal, fiction, God, governments can build roads, Robbie. You know that? People don't do it. They're contractual, legal, fiction roads. They don't actually exist, Robbie Knight. Yeah, they're real roads. They're already here, by the way. We don't need them, you know. We don't actually need them, except for doing actual federal commerce for the holy pedophiles and getting around where you're not muddy. Seems like we got dirt bikes, we got mud machines. We don't really need roads as far as I'm concerned, but we got roads. They're there. Take a while for them to go away. Seems like the people could at least team enough to repair the roads, Robbie Nine, where they were going at least. But no, government does that. It doesn't exist, but without government, nobody can team. Got a team for Vatican debt creds or no team? Right, Robbie Nine? Are we a team? Well, no, not really. Not truly and not actually, Robbie Nine. It's me, myself, and I. That means that's just me. Only justly me. Completely informed for 6 years. Run around telling people I'm completely informed. Not one artificial person has ever asked me what that means. Calling it the scam, like there's only one in the world, all around planet Earth, in the contractual, legal, fiction, artificial person world. There's the scam. Do you know the scam? No one's ever come to me and say, what is the scam? Probably not. I use catchy phrases like the post 9/11 Fed PSYOP. That enough should get one person out of 6 years saying it constantly to ask. No one's ever asked. So I add the post 9/11, your God is still government Fed PSYOP. Still nothing. I say contractual liberty is the scam. Nothing. You are government worshipers. You're completely brainwashed still, totally clueless still until you know the scam. Exactly like I was. I was more informed than you are when I was completely brainwashed and stupid. Only 7 years ago. I was more informed then than you will ever be without listening to VMTV. Because we're pretty much done at Facebook, Robbie 9. And no, that doesn't mean you have to die, little buddy. I've been telling you this for years. You're not going to die. I'm going to give you everlasting life into eternity, Robbie 9. I'm going to. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to do it. Impossibility not yet achieved. In the past 115 days, I've had three 30-day bans at Farcebook, giving me about 15 days to, post some stuff and get some likes, Robbie Nine, at Farcebook. One thing they did different this time, as opposed to the other Mark Douglas Vote 1, Mark Douglas Vote 2 accounts, both with 200 notes for BM, showing my progression to what I anti-know in legal fiction now about the scam, about legalese, and the most important part, about how to organize people on the internet to travel online as a group and speak as a team who are completely informed. You do it for fun and for free for a worldwide VM that we use no name for it at all by halfway that time. That's the VM plan. Easy as 1, 2, 3. 369. 3918. Each VM army after the first VM army. I might be in a couple of them. Only 27 strong. Self-duplicating, self-replicating like G.I. Joe 66 was to Robbie 9. what did I say? G.I. Joe. His real name is Robbie 9 Jr. So it's G9 Jr. 66, but his little drill sergeant hat makes him G.I. Joe 66. Right, John Jr.? That's sort of an African sound I put on his name. I like that, Robbie 9. He's got a good son there. Are you a son? You're not. You don't look, you look more like me with a skeleton on your head. Robbie 9 has an air freshener head when he's outside the internet. It does look cool on you, though, Robbie 9. It looks cooler than R2D2 and C3PO combined, I think. What's up, Ice Cube 3? You ready to see how to do VM? VM is not a group to join. It's what completely informed, real, true speakers do as a team. So there's no group to be destroyed. We're not in a militia. You know, there's not bullets whizzing over our head. We're not out dressing up in camo and running around the woods, shooting off our M16s, our federal property firearms at the federal government, a legal fiction that doesn't exist, at the constitutional debt contracts. What good would it do to shoot at a debt contract scam? Ice Cube 3. Would it legally matter at all? Of course it wouldn't. Just be idiot pure slaves killing each other off for the Vatican like we do every day. World population control, end of days, Vatican debt slave, and extermination, Nazi statutory contractual policy, capital L letter law that can never be lowercase L letter law. So it's anti-law. You are lied to. That's not law. It's contractual policy. That's the mission of VM. For everyone on the planet to know that politicians can't write law. That's the con of the scam, that politicians can write law. The lie is that your God is government. It's what you obey, pay, worship, and serve. Everybody believes you were born a U.S. citizen. You're not born anything. You're just born a baby on the planet. If you're indoors now, you're born in federal property. Or if you're born out in the woods, you'd be in registered claim terrorism territory. If you want to go be a sovereign, you're going to have to go find your own island somewhere that's never been discovered. And this talk of sovereignty, I said it myself. I'm going to become a sovereign, Robbie Knight. Completely retarded. That's a nobility term for you're the ruler of the kingdom. Kingdom dominated by the Vatican in the feudal system. Freedom, free people dominated by the British monarchy for the Vatican. There's what the word freedom that your soul means. Free. What is free? Is everything free right now? Just free, sandwiches, free hot dogs at the baseball game, free tickets. What is free, Robbie Knight? Free of what? Free of what cage? Is a bird outside like the song Leonard Skinner, Free Bird? Is it a free bird outside? I wouldn't say it's free to do whatever it wants. It's just a bird. Is it a natural bird out in nature? Is it an actual contractual factual bird out in legal fiction? Federally being a bird, Robbie Knight? Federally acting as a bird? So it's not actually a bird. Is it really a bird? Well, if it's actual, it's contractual and factual, supernatural, anti-possible. If it's real, you can go to it and see it or lay your hands on it, and it, can't touch the sun, too hot, but you can feel the warmth of the sun's rays. You know it exists. You know that's real. Then you have truth. You can't have truth without false. So everything true or false is either written or said or heard or read. Most people believe those words pretty much mean the same things, and they don't. So if you listen to me right now, you're not going to get this overnight. You might not get it at all because you didn't do the research to get it. It might not be possible. I don't know. I haven't seen anyone get it yet. But to get it, you're going to have to learn the team first, because I'm not wasting my time on any of you anymore by doing it the other route of trying to make you completely informed on the scam first, completely informed on legalese next, then completely informed on how to act as a team federally, constitutionally, legally, doing nothing wrong by telling people you shouldn't sign contracts you can't read, and politicians can't write law, things can't be owned, rights don't exist. Shall not means shall in legalese. I told it to 2 cops. They asked me if they were free 9 times, Robbie 9, free to go. Not yet. And when I'm done speaking, you start answering, you start asking questions. Now I've got questions. What's your name? My actual, contractual, factual, legal name, or my real, true family name? Sir, what's that? You're done asking me questions, slave. And I told them everything that was in the scam note, Robbie 9. And I had the big cop show up for backup. He said he's right. Statutory law is contractual policy. Murder is not against the law. Imagine telling 2 armed cops that murder is not against the law, Robbie 9. Not having that website or a phone. You got phones. Look up the information. It's not my opinion. You try to call it my opinion. No, it's not. It's legal fact. I've got legal fact on my side. And one thing good about it, when it's all anti-real and anti-truth, is that it's verifiable legal fact. You got scientific fact, that's still contractual legal fact funded by the government. It doesn't exist. Science theory, theoretical science. Not science means truth. Science does not mean truth. Scary black hole in the sky that creates the universe and destroys the universe sounds a lot like God to me, Robbie 9. I don't know. How can you see a hole? I know how they supposedly theorize there's a hole there, but to know that, they can't know it. You can't know theory. You can know the theory, but you can't know the theory is true or real. You can have a scientific consensus on it and all agree that it's real, but, that's like voting doesn't make things real or good. If it's illegal, is that wrong? SQ3? No, it isn't. What do you mean I told you what illegal means? What's it mean? Illegal. Not fulfilling the terms of the contract I signed. Completely legal, totally constitutional until after a conviction. Good answer. SQ3, you're ready. And I did it backwards with you because you've been on board the whole time. Most people, as soon as it comes to this part where it's time to do anything as a team, what's their answer, Robbie 9? That's wrong and it's correct. Got to go wash my dead dog that ran away after it died. marc27 can't team except for Team Vatican, debt slave, procreated fuck slave. Got to go now. Well, that's kind of why you're a slave there, because, you can't do anything but be a pure slave for Vatican debt slave team instead of BM team. I don't see any other teams. Yeah, just thinks that. That's a funny one. The Republicans and Democrats. Good one, buddy. That was a good one. Was that sarcasm on the internet? Yeah. Good job. Where'd you learn how to do that? Robbie 9 showed you? Remember that? Robbie 9 said you'd never be able to do it, and you did it? That was amazing. Anyway, ISQ3, you got anything cool to play? Any music? Or you just gonna? I thought you were the DJ. What do you do here anyway, man? You got your cell phones? You left them in the Range Rover? Good, man. You don't need those in here. I got you a PC over there. Let's do something. You want to do this, Robbie 9? So Facebook deleted the note feature. There will be erasing maybe another 50 to 100 notes on this account. I signed up to this account on an order of a VM from JTV. The original name and in the link address is still Sammy Adams something, Sammy 27 Adams. That's how brainwashed I was when I joined Facebook. I registered my intellectual property for Facebook, for the British monarchy, in debt and military service to the Vatican. I didn't join anything. If it's free, you're the product being sold. I've adopted this song to every ex-VMAR, every ex-VMAQ. You're the one surrendering, not me. Because there's so many ads on infomercial tube now. I listened to this song, I don't know, 6 hours the other day without break. You should surrender and stop being the federal psyop that you were given after 9/11. Everything you've ever seen after 9/11 is to keep you worshiping government as God. Contractual capital G God. Government. Not a lowercase impossible immortal God with lowercase g. You notice that in the contract. You ready? Ice Cube 3. I've been total truth or fail autocorrect since 2010 at Facebook. Well over 6 years, going on 7 years ago, that became every post I see. I'm going to show you that. That's the truth. That every post I see is pure slave government worship. Absolute, pure, true slave government worship. Federally programmed by the government. Whether it's through education or religion. Preacher, teacher, same things. One's for the religious, the other's for the educated. Who's the current presidential Jesus, Robbie 9? That's right, Trump. Come down like a trump. Like a trumpet. Thou shalt not kill. Was it loving and good when God, the government, killed all the baby kittens, puppy dogs, Robbie 9, in the Great Flood that didn't happen? Of course it's loving and good and necessary, and he killed all the evil because the government is obviously good. Because it's God, that's just good minus one letter O. Was good when the U.S. military from 1775 that they were supposed to have no standing armies according to some of the founding Freemasons they had the whole time. Was it good when they slaughtered out 10 million Indian people, even though they weren't from India? I mean, how was that loving and good? Well, of course, otherwise you couldn't have the federal property. Be the trustee of it. Not trusted. Contracted. Obviously not trusted. Keep the word, there would be no reason for a contract. At the end of the day, you're going to find out two things. If you are real or you are true. I don't care who you are, anyone near me. For a long enough time, you will know, and I will know. I will know before you know. I don't want to be around fake-ass, artificial person liars. Those are the exact people I have to get the BVM. As far as I'm concerned, it's each and every one of you. Not me. I've always done what I've done online in the streets. Now that includes the search for the VMAR and the VMAQ. The first was very few. Deep Purple Militia Army recruit until completely informed as VM Army Room Raider. VM Army Queen. That's who the men are here to save. Primary signers of the contract. Hardest to convince. So they have a different job for VM. Just to open the door. 1 minute, 16-second video. Completely repetitive. Not boring because you're going to do it in front of millions of people. Billions of people. That video, before it's removed on YouTube, is Autism Conference. Raise your hand. If 9 women can't use peer pressure as a team to get one woman to watch that 1 minute, 16-second video, what should I do, Robbie Knight? Eat my hat? Okay, I'll eat my hat. If that can't happen. That's an impossibility not yet achieved. Hey, Wright brothers, you'll never fly that contraction. It's impossible. It's not impossible, says Wright brothers. It's an impossibility not yet achieved. We're going to end this show. We're going to start right back up. We're going to go right into what I do on Facebook. I'm not leaving Facebook, Robbie and I. We don't ever leave. We left the Alex Jones chat scam channel when he made it pay-per-view on purpose to censor you. Scamming Alex Jones. Wait a minute. Gotta do a shout out though. Scamming Alex Jones. I watched that show every day for 10 years. I would never say he might not be a Fed. I said, if you ever start selling food, you better watch out. Now he's selling weight loss. Everything he says is in legalese to scam you. Legalize freedom, contractualize freedom. You legalize the weed. That doesn't mean the weed is, completely legal for everyone. It's going to be completely legal to people who surrender their contractual firearm liberties. Number one, that's what it's for. It's going to create a entirely new class instead of weed growers, which is not easy to do. Weed's kind of big. Get spotted and found in your house or outdoors. And now you just get your weed from the store and sell it to people without the card. Now you're a potential convicted criminal. If you sell your farmer drugs right now, it's the same thing. It's what they're going to do. They're pushing that medical marijuana is the solution to that's so it can be by the pharma industries, you idiots. It's going to be death cancer weed. And look, Robbie Nine, we made a death cancer GMO weed. We told you it killed you the whole time, like cigarettes. Okay, Mr. Scamming Alex Jones, you listen up here, Mr. Scamming post 9/11 Federal Reserve PSYOP Jones, along with Roman Ron Saul Paul, the seller of contractual liberty. 9/11 Truth Movement moved into the contractual liberty is not the scam movement, moved into the Patriot Act makes me a legalized terrorist act idiotic movement by Scamming Alex Jones. Way to go, Scamming Alex Jones. I'm not selling any of your smart left-right paradigm worship Jesus's Trump worship God as government smarter than nutraceutical pills. Scamming Alex Jones. I got me a indoor, outdoor super megaphone now, Mr. Scamming Alex Jones. You hear that? Look at that. My whole neighborhood's hearing it. My back door's open. The police come over. They're going on the show, Robbie Nine. I'll let them interview me. That'd be something for a show, wouldn't it? I'll be like, you stay out there, look in the window. You're going on VMTV, Truth or Fails. Truth or Fail News. Put the cops right on there. Policy enforcers. This is a long ass show. I'd say it's about 2 hours. What we got here? Well, only an hour and 21 minutes. We're not going to kill the show. Ice Cube 3. I think I can ram this down your throat in 33 minutes, maybe. Any 14-year-old kid I can completely inform in 33 minutes, in 13 minutes. They don't have to forget everything they believe. It's easy. Done it many times. Now, are they going to just stop wanting to get ready to chase girls around and become VM? No, they're not. That happens when you're about 33. Funny, at the same age, Jesus died and kind of became a preacher about 30. That's when people are like, hey, wait a minute, I'm working a lot and I'm not getting a lot of stuff. I'm starting to feel like a slave. That's when you start looking into things. See, Jesus probably running around chasing girls while he was, 12 and left his mom and dad at the Bible fair or whatever they called it, religious Christianity insanity fair. They left him there. They left Jesus, the Son of God, back at the fair in the official authorized story by the Vatican, of course. Okay, so I'm on the wrong computer over here. I meant to get someone I know here in my small hometown where I got the rat poison out of the water some 5-6 years ago with the help of one artificial person, not a team. Team begins at 3. I didn't get the fluoride out, Robbie Nine, but I claim that I got it out because I'm pretty sure that I got it out. I didn't go to the meetings or anything like that, but I did have the city administrator stand in front of my 2 dual monitors, showed him the Harvard study. Fluoride causes bone cancer. Number 1 cause of bone cancer, fluoride, rat poison, nuclear waste, filtered through our kidneys, not having to be buried. Just follow the money, the anti-money, Robbie Nine. That doesn't tell you anything. That's a tool. Get corporations like Monsanto right up here in St. Louis. Just killing as many people as possible. That keeps you under control. That's world population control. It's not to bring the population down to 10% like on the Georgia Guidestones. That's a fear tactic. They're not going to do that. Is my prophecy. You couldn't kill all the people off on Earth no matter what. I don't believe the nuclear bombs are real. This virus crap, it looks like it's all fake. I once thought that could wipe everything. I don't believe that. I don't believe anything. I don't believe everything because I'm the truth finder. You ought to try that. Stop believing everything. Don't believe anything. This is how that works. I don't know that. I'm going to federally foolishly choose to believe that so I can't know that. That's how that works there. It's an in-between thing. It's like saying I'm sure that will never happen. I don't know it will never happen. Yeah, but I'm 99.9% sure, Robbie Nine, that that will never happen. Still don't know. Well, it's in the future. Can't know. What if I got a quality product, real quality product, Robbie Nine? What's that mean? Correct or right? It's correct, but not right. I got a real good quality or bad quality product. Which is it? Oh, there you go. Now it's right or wrong. It is a real product. Put your hands on it. Got some kind of quality or something. We got an actual quality constitution, Robbie Nine. Constitutional debt contract scam. When people start knowing that, they got to start somewhere. Legal definition of constitutor. Not quite what started it for me. That's kind of what ended it and made me completely informed. I was already right there for a year and a half or so. I said, well, I know about the Federal Reserve, fractional reserve banking, all that. Who am I, the contracted debt slave of by and for? Treaty of Peace, 1763 to 1783. Did you notice the 4th of July is right in the middle of those two dates? No one else knows but me. They are a legal fact. That's whenever they started forming that contract over in France. That's why it's called the Treaty of Peace, Paris, where the founding Freemason handler Ben Franklin was over there hiding out, partying down the Hellfires Club. Little babies, so many of them, they stopped uncovering them under his London home. It's a museum with some glass over it now. I should go look at it. Let's see what this meme says, Robbie. I think this says anything that might legally matter, or I wouldn't have made it. I don't care if it means anything. I want to legally matter. Black Lives Matter? No, they don't. Federal property legally matters. First of all, they're not black. They're brown. Quit being lied to, pure slaves. No lives legally matter. No lives constitutionally matter. Only federal property registered and claimed and not owned legally matters. So let's see. We could go to something no one on a smartphone knows they have. I'm sure. Right? I don't know it, Robbie Nine. I'm sure that they don't know it. These are notifications. What I'm looking for is my activity log. But we can use this. This is kind of random. It's people liking something I said, but it'll always be somebody who I'm being total truth or fail autocorrect to. And they won't take, they'll just like it because, hey, he commented on my thing. He didn't give me a like, but I'll just like his comment even if I didn't read it. Name me a false flag event. My response: you're getting scammed by a scam term like conspiracy theory. Just like the sheep got scammed for it. Don't not believe that all Fed psyops aren't for the truthers too. Like the flat earth obvious Fed psyop is to make all so-called truth seekers look retarded. If you can't see that, it's probably because you're retarded. You're govtarded, governmentally retarded. Zooming in, Robbie Nine. I got my car show on the way. I don't feel like reading out loud. I sound even more retarded. Govtarded. And anti-phone-tarded from not using them. If I read things. I think we need another tire, Robbie Nine. I got me some nice tires for the show. There's a tire. That's so I can slide my cheap ass cam around. I'll put a little tire on there. Like this one? There's a tire. Tire and a wheel. Okay. Somehow I lost the broadcast page over here. I can't see. There you go. Should be able to read that. It's a little hazy to me. Look at that. It's almost straight, Robbie Knight. I'm getting to be quite an actual cameraman. For the VMTV anti-VVM plan show I never wanted to be. Now, if there were a VM here completely informed, I could make this a VVM plan show. I could. Wouldn't be, I don't think, the best way to do it, but to keep everybody on the same page, maybe it's something that needs to be done. Instead of only being in IMs with other VM. Traveling online as a group, you can go to many links at the same time. You can open up different tabs. And these rooms, chat rooms, post, whatever you want to call them, they're chat rooms. Farce book, Fed PSYOP, Operation Communication Breakdown of Smartphones, and Fed PSYOP book is to break everything off into little tiny chats, like the replies are their own little chat. You go chat with the people you agree with over here, only one or two at a time. Just make sure you can't team. Or go argue. Let's make it difficult for everyone to see what everyone's saying, though. All the militaries are in on the scam. So there goes your term for false flag when supposedly, according to history, the British Navy would also have, some of their Navy posing as pirates, robbing the Spanish ships, and the Jolly Roger flag. They would go up next to the Spanish ships with even a Spanish flag so they could see them and not fire their cannons on them until they got right up on them. Then they hoist the Jolly Roger, or they hoist the Union Jack and blow the shit out of each other for the British monarchy and the Vatican and the Spaniards and France. Like they weren't all in on the old world scam. You're in a one world order now. You're not in a new world order on the way from now on. Fed PSYOP. Well, you are in that, but you shouldn't believe that. Since world government formed October 24th, 1945 in San Francisco, California, now it's in New York City. It's called the United Nations. It's world government. Have you ever heard of it? Truth seekers. Go check that truth out on the internet. See if you can find that anywhere where the United Nations is world government. Shouldn't be that complicated. Shouldn't be that hard to find. When the world government gets here, Robbie Nine, like they're not always going to oppose Russia and China against the United States and the United States against Vietnam, whatever, South Korea, North Korea, both constitutional republics. Look it up. URL list of constitutions. Iran is a constitutional republic, holy pedophile, debt slave, constitutional scam, God is government. Sharia law in Iran, that's contractual statutory policy, capital L letter law, not lowercase L letter law that can't exist. Contractually stands under, not common law, lowercase, Robbie Nine, that there is none of, the British monarchy common law legal system, which encompasses British maritime and British admiralty law. Those are your commercial crimes, and your common law crimes are the contractual policy violations like rape, assault, and murder. And if you don't know those are contractual policy violations, you have government as your God. That's common sense there. You see how that works there. It's legal fact, easy to verify. If you look up a legal definition, it's contractual policy. URL legal definition of murder. And why don't you go see how it's not illegal for the military? All of them. Militaries are there to back up the police, the slave police, where they originated. Got nothing against the people just doing their jobs, just as I don't have anything against people doing their jobs at McDonald's selling you poison, or the veterinarian vaccinating your cats with cancer. YouTube veterinarian doctor, animal doctor speaks to Congress. I had it happen to my cat after I said no vaccine. They took it back there. My cat friend, K Kitty, she died 1 year later, had huge tumors where they obviously stuck needles in her belly the very next day. And within 3 days, they were just huge. I noticed it the very next day, kind of exactly when I brought her home, basically. I do have something against that, since I said no vaccines and they did it anyway. I have something against those people. Why didn't you just give her that shot and put her to sleep? She's 13 years old. Do her a favor. Instead of trying to create a customer. That's how those Vatican debt creds rule you. They don't rule me anymore. Not that I don't need them to survive. I don't need many to do what I do, the right thing all the time. Say what's true and false. Show the scam. I don't teach people or educate people about anything. I don't preach. By saying this is a false flag, he's saying, well, this government did it against another government, and like dancing Israelis, it was the Jews, not the United States got his government. We still love the government. Of course, Israel was ordered to sink the USS Liberty. It's the U.S. state, you retards. Wasn't the Rothschilds ordering it, I guarantee you. I can guarantee you that, Robbie Nine. Money back guarantee. I will never need any funding for this VMTV show I never wanted to do. Okay, there's one post. Let's go to another one. These are notifications. I should go in my activity log, which is just me commenting or liking stuff, which I don't really do. Brian Kaczynski, I call him a government worshiper over and over. He never asked why. So why is he liking that? You think he finally got it? Robbie Nine's probably about the 50th time you've seen this meme. At least he liked it, Robbie Nine. At least I got a like on Facebook. I got validated, got a like. Hey, I know I exist on Facebook. Couldn't care less about likes, Robbie Nine. I couldn't care less about anybody taking my work and sharing it, because that's anti-VM. That's a command for me to come up to where you're at and explain it all for you, instead of you being VM. So you know the scam and legalese, and you know how to be VM as a team, because I can't convince one person of this by myself. It's been 6 years. I've failed every time. Trifecta. You can't be completely informed unless you're completely informed on the scam, in legalese, and as VM. From now on, VM comes first. When I fail, I change my tactic. If I say cuss words on the internet, it's because the only things pure slaves on smartphones can read. If I tell you you're brainwashed and clueless and you're a government worshiper, I am saying what's true. I didn't do it to you. I did all of your actual research of the post 9/11 Fed PSYOP, only I justly, correctly, and truly named. Of buying for the scam, only I justly, correctly, and truly named. in the past, 2020 years, 10 months, Robbie Nine? Yeah, about exactly that. That's when the scam began with the first contractual, actual, factual Roman census, according to most. I don't know about all, but Jesus didn't go to Bethlehem just to pay his voluntary Vatican debt slave debt taxes. Even though it wasn't called the Vatican, it was Roman coins. What is coinage, Robbie Nine? What is money provided by the government except debt? Like, here's the money, you owe us the debt, though. You think they just dish out the money to the citizens without it being debt? What's the saying, lifelong Holy Roman debt contract scam about debt? The debtor servant to the lender. Well, you don't have to pay back the money. You're the slave. You're the debt slave. That, I'm going to say it right now. I'm going to legally state it too. That is the best and the greatest VM meme ever made by mankind, Robbie Nine, or a kind man. I'm not all that kind. I'm kind to people and I'm friendly to people, but I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm a kind man. I sort of am now. Until I know you're not on my team. Then I'm kind of mean. I have every right to be, right, Robbie Nine? Magical, mythical rights that don't exist. I have every ability to be. There's a real word. So why are you liking this? Should I just ask him? Even though it's what, 3:30? What is it? My clocks on all my PCs are different. I think it's around 2:03 a.m. Let's just ask. I'll get back there. What's a good question? How can I put it to him? Let's just ask. Why are you liking this? Why do you like it? Let's ask him why he does like it. And how about so much? Now there is a tricky form of a question there. Let's see how he describes how much he likes it, Robbie Nine. You like that? Why do you like this meme so much when it's opposite of everything you believe? This guy's a Christianity insanity government worshiper. I don't think he's a Jesus Trump worshiper though, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't legally matter at all. You know what legally matters, Robbie Nine? If you sign the contracts, you've already legally consented to all of this already for your whole life, your only precious life. That's the part you're gonna have to get over. The 9/11 Fed PSYOP was to blame the who's attacking you, like you were given scapegoats to hunt for that. In the natural world, I don't want to call it the world, in the natural order of things, that would be the first defense. Like, okay, something's attacking me. I'm going to, fight back against what's attacking me, hide from what against, attacking me, going to fight back against what's attacking me. It's a debt contract scam. It's a voluntary what, not a who. The next thing everyone asked, I did too, how do I get out of the contract? You can't. You're contracted for life. What do you think being a U.S. world federal citizen is? Go renounce your federal citizenship. They probably won't let you take 10 grand out of your bank if you have that much that you loan to the bank of Vatican debt creds, not Rothschild money. Vatican anti-money you loan to the bank, to a different federal corporation that's bankrupt in debt and military service to the Vatican for life, unless you acquire citizenship somewhere else. I don't think that you can renounce your citizenship. You can't just renounce your citizenship and stay in the territory of the United States. That's not the way that works. You can drive around with stupid sovereignty paper tags on your registered claim vehicle for the life of the vehicle. That doesn't turn it back into a car. That's not how the scam works. You registered and claimed it, and you're not going to unclaim it. And I see a lot of people branching off into this. Here's how you get out of the scam, that they don't even know what the scam is. And they're like, you just, appeal to the courts and say this and do. You're just worshiping the government every time you go to court, is what you're doing. And you're not going to get unscammed by the scam. You're not going to. That's stupid. That's a stupid, foolish choice. Not a wise decision. Disinformed and informed. Disinformation. You can't get information. Information. I don't have information. I only use legal fact. There you go. You should be able to find it. I don't even have to tell you where it is. I should just be able to say constitutor. If you just put that in Google, the word, if you spell it correctly, you're gonna probably find the legal definition. You want to test it, Robbie 9? Hey, there's a word I don't know. Maybe, if I don't know words when I'm reading a book, I just look up a word. Why wouldn't I? I put it in as a search in lowercase, so it's not contractual. I spelled it wrong, but I don't know where that came from. Right there. You notice this, civil law is not capitalized, making it contractual policy. This is in English, not contract legalese. The way these English definitions for legal definitions are written are just completely to scam. Why is constitutor all capitalization, all caps? Capus diminutu maxima, if you want to look that up. The first thing they'll tell you, it's a maximum loss of rights that don't exist, maximum loss of contractual liberties. Let's just keep it real and true, Robbie 9, not false and fake and dishonest. When you read this definition, does that say to pay down or pay off the national debt, the world federal debt? Because it's all the same debt, you see. We don't loan Israel money. We don't give Israel money. They have a constitution. They go into debt. Financial aid from the United States. All that means is you go more into debt here, and your taxes go up. And of course, they buy beautiful stuff in Israel for the Israelis because they're the scapegoats. They're the Germans now. You notice that. They've got all the cutting edge Nazi tactics that everyone loves so much in the government. I don't love them. I don't love anything, Robbie 9. I care for things. There's a difference. I like the word care more than love because I would rather someone care for me than love me. Say they love me. Because love can lead to hate. I think that's a program Vatican debt slave term. So I don't hate things either. I can't stand things sometimes. I can't stand near things or with things or behind things. And I can stand for things if I care about them. So there's that. Put the song back on. I'm going to talk over this song. I've adopted this song. It seems to me like this is like a breakup song or something. But I'm looking at it as naval military words being used here. When she says, I surrender, I say, I surrender. Whenever she says, can we? I say kill me. Kill me and surrender. Turn up a little bit, Ice Cube 3. But whenever you're ready to be completely informed, VM is not going anywhere. Robbie 9, you're not going to die, buddy. You can always come out of the internet and talk to me anytime, Robbie 9. We don't have to be live VMTV or Facebook. Don't you know that? You're like my live diary online. You too, G.I. Joe 66. You too, Ice Cube 3. We're going to put the guest host on the show, Ice Cube 3. Let's see who we're talking to here on Team VM versus Team Vatican Debt Slave. I am Ice Cube 3. Let me get the stage lighting. We're just going to go with the Superstar DJ first. Skull Fragment of me. Is that what you're driving tonight? Ford GT? Ford 350 GT? Superstar White Jesus. I know you're a dark skin tone, man. Ice Cube 3. There's his antenna going out to the legal fiction world. This is power base. Skull Fragment of me. See any Bigfoots? That's the general truth movement, not the I don't like government bombing us movement. Got branched off into that. Now, if you get your vibes right, your consciousness up, and you're awake and aware, and you don't know a thing, hey, the contracts are going to unsign themselves. You're going to stop using the contractual liberty. There's the super male model guest host. What's up, Robbie 9? I like your new t-shirt. Where'd you get that? I did give it to you. That's nice. That's the Robbie Vapor Systems robot t-shirt. You want to explain all this stage stuff we got? There we go. I got the light behind the cam. Right here is this new blank space where Rocky G, the black little small cat, comes up here and knocks all Robbie 9's stage over. So he got his own spot. Stage has been extended down here. World of difference. I don't want to save the world. I want to end the contractual legal fiction Vatican debt slave artificial person world. There's a little fragment of me back in the Raver days. Low price leader. Buy one, get one free as long as it's double price. Buy one for 40, get one free. There's Robbie 9, Skull Fragment of me. Look at the government over here. Infringing on our contractual liberties we contracted away. They got a globe like Trump and the Chinese. Truth cannon for shooting down the truth movement. The government worship truth movement. You got some bat there. You got some bat soup going. You got your little doggy. Got you a horsey. I got you a pet beetle bug back there. Look how dusty it is. We're going to have to get that all cleaned up for you, Robbie 9. Got you a little house. I see that. When do you guys get that? That's good. You got the cowboys over here shooting at us and the military shooting at Robbie G. There's the world champion trophy over there. I got an Indian over here on our side somewhere. There's the number 12. I was hoping that'd be a 9-ball because I'm a 9-ball player. The 9-baller. But with me, myself, and I, that's 12 disciples. That's 12. There's the old St. Louis Rams. marc27 Aries. The Ram of God government. Victory. Fire. War. Red. Mars. Number 9. I go by 27, but my number is 9. My flower is dandelion. My last name, Vote, means the overseer. of the master's estate, but I don't like that. I'm the master of the overseer's estate. Because things can't be owned. Maybe while the overseer's gone, the master will just burn it down to the ground, Robbie Nine. If I'm the overseer of the master's estate, that's what I would do. Then there wouldn't be a master. Be like, you got burned out, master. Master city camper. City streetwalker. You'll hear some talk about self. I don't believe in self because I don't believe everything. If you lie, you are less of who you are. You're not who you are every time you lie. May get you things. Get you hated. Get you not liked. Get you lonely. Get you a lot of things. All people are way more valuable than all things. So my thoughts on VMTV for the future, and we're not really getting a full grasp on what VM is. I want to get into that for Ice Cube 3. Pay attention, Ice Cube 3. Just look around here on the monitors. Are you watching VMTV on your smart? You got a smartphone, don't you? Does it make you smarter or brain dead? At least you can read over 9 words. Remember you were talking all that hip hop stuff? Ice Cube 3. You went and got your GED, didn't you? Started talking English. Because you can't talk like a retard in BVM. You can't misspell words like you are, and because you're on an idiot phone, just spell it easy, your, like you own it when things can't be owned. Not as VM, you can't. All typos are corrected. They're corrected by all VM. They're not an insult. It's team fun. We don't go to work. We go to fun. I'm not having any fun having my ass kicked for 17 years with no one on my team. You can change that reality today. You can decide to be VM today. Anyone can. It's that easy. You're going to have to forget everything you think, believe, and know first to be completely informed to try to be VM. But if you don't stop, I won't stop until you're completely informed, or you're not. And we'll both know why you're not. Your government's God. VM is the first and only contractual fight for freedom from the scam that the rest of the artificial person world shall or shall not ever see and or be. That's what VM is. 2 is not a team. When does family begin? Ice Cube 3. When does team begin? Ice Cube 3, number 9. Robbie 9. G.I. Joe 66. Route 66. 2 upside down 9s. Team begins at 3. Probably got an ad coming on. Ad tube. I saw a little USB thing. I'm almost ready to get scammed on it to see if it take the ads off.
It's magic number. Yes, it is. It's a magic number. Somewhere in the ancient mystic trinity, you get three. It's a magic number. The past and the present and the future, faith and hope and charity, the heart and the brain and the body.
We're gonna go into VM. VM Army War Rooms in a minute, Ice Cube 3. Those are just IMs. Could be a chat room. Could be the chat room of marc27 could be a war room. Doesn't matter what it is, what you do there. I used to call this part of VMSS for secondary screens, because you can travel the internet at light speed. You know, don't have to put any gas in the tank or anything. You just click on a link. You tap on a link on a smartphone and you go to that link, and you're both there at the same time is the key. The VM Army War Room, a group IM, a chat room for VM. It's an action room, not chat. Is simply going to the same link to speak as a team, and you can do it, I say 9 places at the same time without being scattered too far apart. At Facebook, you get pop-up bubbles. So what these are is VM room raiders is we're really fishers of real people. These are lakes or ponds. The chat rooms is my sheep's den. Everywhere I go is my sheep's den. So you follow me until you know how to lead. I already know the right path. I don't need a light. I can get there in total cave darkness through legalese. That's so you can take the light back to help find others to lead for your faction of VM Army. There will be one VM Army, but they're all only 27 strong. Because over 27, you got choir chatters, and they won't do a thing at 33. 30's too many. And I know this from 5 years of chat rooms, trying to get the truther fails in a choir chatting 3-word chat combo, watching truther documentaries, choir chat, echo chamber, to go to CNN, Fox, and MSNBC, which were also 24/7. Just to go there as a team and say 9/11 was an inside job, even though it wasn't. It wasn't a few bad apples hijacking your constitutional debt contract scams, more pure slave government worship, post 9/11 Fed PSYOP language. What in the world? Is this Sesame Street? Okay, red, white, and blue, good. Okay. Sometimes I listen to that magical number 3 all day long. No commercials. If you don't touch your computers, then you won't get ads. Sometimes even talking will make them pop up. Are you listening, feds, to VMTV? Good. That's good. That's good. Back to the government worship. Okay, let's see here. This guy wants to sell me some Vatican debt slave programming in IM. That's instant message. I've heard him call it DM now. I don't know what that means. Direct message, maybe. PM for personal message. Don't want to use the legal term. Instant message. IM. So I show up at Farce Book 2010. I start talking about VMSS using offsite chat rooms for group IMs. And Facebook comes out with group IMs. I don't know if I caused that. It was just the timing of it. It's kind of weird. Now, if you start a group IM with anybody, they're on smartphones, ding, ding, ding. They just run away and leave the room. They can't even chat as a team now. Once you're VM, you don't leave the VM Army War Room, or you leave VM. That's where we work from. You don't leave unless you leave as a team to go speak as a team. And you stay there at the same time. It's not difficult. Is it, Robbie 9? Is it G.I. Joe 66? It's easy. Look at this government worshiper. Oh, boy. I'm going to ask him, is Trump Jesus? Let's do it. Oh, man. Is Trump Jesus? What else can we say? Let's say Trump has more followers than Jesus. See if he likes it. There you go. I like asking questions, not just calling them pure slaves. So I'm not going to commit to doing this because it's hard to hit that live button, especially a commitment to do it at the same time every day. For 17 years, sometimes I go to sleep at 6 o'clock at night. Sometimes I stay awake till 12 o'clock the next day. I have no sleep schedule. But I see the proper time as being 9/11 Central U.S. I was a little late because I was trying to get a guest viewer over here to explain this when I'm explaining to Ice Cube 3 here. This is the war room. I got to get my camera footage going. I need a little hover drone camera. You think I can get one like scamming Alex Jones? Probably cost $72,000 if I sell enough smart nutrical pills. Neuterize you. Alex Jones, all he does is talk about federal TV programming. He's your town crier. He's selling you this federal TV programming. David Icke runs around talking about aliens. They all give you a different scapegoat to hunt. G. Edward Griffin's cry about the Jews. That dude, if he's not a Freemason, I don't know what is. G. Edward Griffin. Okay, that's not working out so well. Here we go. That's your war room there. I had an epiphany the other day, Robbie 9, and I know you think that I could possibly quit what I do, but I can't. I can't unknow it, so I can't quit. I could quit talking to people. I could almost do that. But I can't unknow everything that I know, and I can't not know no one else knows it. I can't not know how important it is for everyone to know it. I did what everybody I thought was doing, I believed was doing. I thought I was ahead and they would catch up. You went in reverse because of the post 9/11 Fed PSYOP. You're back to worshiping the government. You're voting truthers, hiding truth seekers. Oh, but Trump's not with him. We got the Q plan, Robbie 9, to worship the government as God. And anonymous, hey, let's worship the constitutional debt contract scam, everyone. Let's follow the Q plan and Jesus Trump into oblivion. And then we'll all die in the afterlife, be dead as fuck, and worship government in the flaming sky, and we won't freeze in hell with Satan. Sound like a plan? Sound like the holy pedophile plan. Okay, I can't use this dude. Who could I use here? Danny Johnson, ex-VMAR. Let's see if he wants to watch the dead dog after it ran away. Well, let's go. This guy never made it to be VMAR. Let's just go see what he has to say at 2:33. See if he's VM material, because if you're in my VM army, you better be up at 2:33 in a.m. Oh, look, he's back to sharing the COVID-19 fake news. Cry about government, share the federal TV programming. That's all I see sheep doing that claim to be truth seekers. You're not going to find the truth unless you completely comprehend and don't contractually stand under legalese. The objective here is to get him to say something back. First of all, find out if he's awake. We'll find out if he's on a smartphone, if he just deletes us. When you're on a smartphone, you're not on the internet, you're on a smartphone. You have the internet. I'm on the internet. There's nobody equipped to manage this better. I'm not on a stupid idiot phone. And at some point, everything's going to phones. That's what Facebook's got the new design regime change for, to make more post 9/11 Fed PSYOP operation communication breakdown, where nobody can say more than 3 words, read it. Let's give him the link to VMTV. See if we can get him to not watch the dead dog after it ran away. There's this dog that died and then ran away. I don't know what I said. That's what they always do, Robbie 9. Hey, go like this funny cat video and fly a VM salute there and come back into the war room even though you didn't leave and say you did it. Nope. Gotta go watch my dead dog. Died when I was 6 and ran away when I was 9. marc27. Too important. Watch my dead dog. Can't do anything as a team unless it's for Team Vatican Debt Slave or Vatican Debt Dreads. Completed, absolute, pure, true slaves. The old Verbal Militia channel is nice. I can just put in youtube.com/Verbal Militia. Not anymore. I got the link to the live show. Just share it on Facebook. Let's do some advertising here with the team. I'll do it too. Come on. Let's get 4 ads going. Why can't I share? This is a long ass show. Nobody's going to listen to it, but at least it'll be documented. I'm not trying to wake everyone up to everything no one knows. Doesn't mean a thing to be awake or aware or woke. conscious. Think about those words. They don't mean anything by design. Are you completely informed already on the scam in legalese and as VM, or are you totally brainwashed and clueless still to worship the government as your God, as per the post 9/11 Fed PSYOP? Well, let's find out. Why can't murder be against the law? Why have rights never existed? Why can't things be owned? What are your taxes exactly and all of it, and why are they voluntary? Why does shall not mean shall in legalese? Where does all authority come from? What does register mean in legalese? What's the difference between a capital A arms, lowercase g guns, and capital F firearms? What does contractual legal consent mean? Don't pretend to be a truth seeker. You run and hide from it. That's what I'm telling you. And it's true. You're wasting your life. What's a BMSI salute, Robbie Knight? It's not justly a salute. What's it stand for? Verbal militia. Shared it. Action order report salute. In the future, if there ever is a BM Army, all BM that see a BMSI salute, leave a BMSI salute where they got the information, the BM constitutor information, to BMSI to share, post out as another action order to be seen by their BM. So the one that you leave in the comments where you got it is your report that you're doing it, and then on your wall you share it. That's at Facebook. No reason we can't do what I've designed only for Facebook for the past 10 years now on YouTube. I don't use all the sites, just too much. I'm trying to create a home base, completely informed real people, to end the scam as a team. That's my impossibility not yet achieved. What are your plans? I only have one DBM plan. First phase of it is for all politicians to retract it, the lawmakers, when it's a lie, the contractual policy readers. Let's see them believe that they're gods after that. Capital G legal gods, constitutional gods. Hey, insider trading is okay for Congress. Before Congress, we make the laws, Robbie Knight. They don't make laws. They pass contractual policy in the constitutional debt contract scam that says the founding fuckheads say, shall make no law. You can't make a lowercase L letter law, founding Freemasons, in your first contractual liberty that you contracted all the way. Go to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 15, capital L letter laws. Statutory contractual policy laws, not law. Shall not make no law. It's like if you have a son, you're telling him, son, don't stop touching that hot stove. You know, like you're telling him two different things. Danny Johnson is in the UK, somewhere in England, and he should be about waking up right now. He needs to wake up, Robbie Knight. Give him a BM wake up call. This guy's a vegetarian. He thinks he's got a pro pick on Robbie 9 saying meat is murder, like you could murder a cow. Can't even murder a man. Artificial persons are in the contract, not man. Look at the Declaration of Independence. Why is man capitalized like it's pronoun? It's a legal term, that's why. Not reading English. Reading opposite English. Debt contract scam legalese for the holy pedophiles. You believe you're reading English, not legalese. There's the problem. Not legalese, not the problem. It's that you believe it's English is the problem. Legalese is not a problem for me. To comprehend what it's legally stating, not a problem. Not easy. Me telling you how to do it makes it easy. Who wouldn't want to be able to comprehend every contract they read, Robbie 9? Instead of only legally consenting to it. Maybe being able to agree to it, yes or no. Reject or accept. You would ask you 3. You out there signing a bunch of contracts out there, making things happen in actuality in the legal fiction world, ask you 3. Oh, you are? Huh. I'm still not sure what you do out there, but that's all right. As long as you come in to DM for fun as a team for free all the time. Do not get paid bad in debt threats. I know it's getting a little drawn out. I don't know how to say words and type on the internet. Yeah. He just went right back to what he was doing before he was the chosen one, the VMAR, for almost a month. And recently, that's a long time. What shall not I ask him, Robbie 9? How about if I just ask him, are you awake? I'm not asking him if he's woke. I'm going to let you ask him, Robbie 9. You do it. You're more pleasurable to talk to than me. What are you going to say? I'll type it for you. Beep. Are you woke with our letter U? Beep. Yes or no, beep? Okay. keyboard is only typing lowercase I. Oh, hold on. It's expecting something wrong with the monitor. But yeah, I gotta get my glasses. That's a lowercase I. I got it on all caps. It's not making any sense. No, it's a smudge. Maybe a scratch. What the hell? That lowercase I in the word live, Robbie 9, made it look like the word live. So I don't like going live. Maybe I'll just change it to the word live. VMTV live. What do you think of that? 'Cause I don't have a problem speaking once I hit the live button. I know I'm not speaking to anyone. That's one hard part. Me being recorded, my voice, that's not easy. All right. Never has been. So I didn't really give him a VMHA, a verbal militia homework assignment, a VMAO action order, or VMSI telling him to share it. I just gave him the link, VMTV live, and just to show you how VM is not only for Facebook. Some people cannot leave Facebook. The Facebookers, sometimes they can't leave it to do anything, even watch a 1 minute, 16-second video like that vaccine video. Autism conference, raise your hand. You should go watch it if you're listening to me. You should start sharing only that when it comes to anything regarding health. Protesting. Why aren't you just not doing it? Why do you got to protest it? Professionally test it. What happened to the camera footage? Oh, yeah. I never really add the show to make advertisements for the show. This would be the only way to do it. It's hard for me to do it while I'm talking. Maybe there should be some real truth seekers that want to be completely informed doing it, it seems like, as a team. There, if it's 3 a.m. here, it's 8 o'clock a.m. there. You should be awake or woke. So the idea of the VM Army War Room, let's say this is not the VMTV channel, it's a Sheep's Den. Let's go to his channel as the Sheep's Den. That's what it is. It's a room raid. $27 VM Army soldiers. It's almost one a month. The newest program of VM is called VM Hangout. That's when the entire DVM Army goes to one VM Army Soldier Boss Soldiers Facebook wall or YouTube page discussions or wherever to hang out for 24 hours a day. So the next day. In the chat rooms, without 3 choir chatters, you got poppers, pop in, pop out. Nobody's chatting, nothing to do, leave. Action breeds action on the internet. If there's people on your wall, 30 of them talking, you're going to get more people paying attention to what's going on there. It's not complicated. I've noticed, unless you're like a Trump worshiper, you put out "I love Trump," you're gonna get a bunch of idiots loving Trump. You're gonna get a bunch of idiots who love Biden commenting. You're retarded and you love government as your God. Thanks for showing each other nothing. But if this dickhead wants me selling the lie that killing a cow is murder, I can't do that. He can't be VM because he's not completely informed, or he would know murder is a contractual policy violation only for artificial persons and not the military. Loving and good constitutional killing for the military. Bad policy violation for you. If you kill some motherfucker for scamming you out of $5, there would be less scammers on the planet. What do you mean $5? In fact, that crap's not worth killing somebody over, Robbie 9. What about in 1843? I know it's worth more then, but what's the difference? It was $5 then. I know it was a lot of money then. The Constitution legally states $20 and you can't use the courts. Today that would be something like, oh, let's not guess at it. Not so sure how small claims court works, but basically if you loan anything to anyone, I would say $500 if you're going to hire an attorney, and maybe $200 for small claims court. It's a gift. The thing you don't go to jail for is a debt. So a loan of, your drill or whatever. Today's gold price is $1,915, You can't see that's designed for the rich Freemasons to use the courts to get, the contracts fulfilled. Not you. You ain't thinking very hard. You're believing stuff. That's not true. All men are created equal except they're slaves, right, Robbie Knight? Or wrong? Correct and wrong. Right, but not right. So we could just find one sheep to go recruit for VM or blast for being so retarded, like you want to waste your time on some idiot crying about Jews or a flat earther. That's not what VM does. We're not really what I do as VM. I do auto truth or fail post 9/11 Fed PSYOP correct perfectly and perfectly wrong because it's only me doing it. But in doing that, I'm also searching for the one phone tard that can read 9 words, first of all, and, sees the legal definition of constitutor, might want to know something about it. I'm recruiting for VM. That is all you do as VM with VM constitutor information. It's in the note that will be deleted, and I've got it saved at discussions at the YouTube channel, and I don't have that channel monetized, so there's very slim chance that I'll get that channel deleted. So I've got it saved there and there. I guess I should put it on a notepad somewhere, Robbie Knight, before Facebook turns into farewell book. I basically don't share the scam link to the note because no one goes there. If they do, they're like, wow, there's too many words. In the VMD scam note, or VM blocks are separated by verbal malicious salutes. Some things fit where other things don't fit. Like, hey, praise Trump. I love Jesus. Government is God. Here's the legal definition of constitutor. Here's Treaty of Peace link. And here's the reason why you can't own things, and you're anti-buying things with Vatican debt creds. You're not owning things, and you legally accepted the contract, mark of the beast numbers, your social security number in your forehead. Well, not the Christian people. Of course it's not yet. They're waiting for it to come around the corner like the New World Order's on the way. Till the day after they die, and then it doesn't matter if they're children. They're registered as civilly dead, claim property. They have to get it. They get the chip in their brain, but they'll still make it to heaven somehow. Worship government in the flaming sky with us. And everybody of peace and love, and just do nothing but government worship. If you got a golden castle up there in heaven, you're not going to see it because you'll be at church worshiping the Vatican. Pearly gates. They really got a hard sell on that heaven stuff, don't they? Book of life after you're dead. What is the best time to not know you got scammed, Robbie Knight? Right, or correct, or whatever. Wrong. In the afterlife when you're dead as fuck. Good answer, Robbie Knight. It's kind of hard to know you got scammed then, when you've been scammed your entire life. The college people, they're going to go into robot bodies and they're going to live forever too. Of course they are. The science is their God. Science theory. This song goes out to VMARs and VMAQs because you're going to have to surrender everything you're doing. You can't go on using the post 9/11 Fed psyop of farce book at all. You can't do what you're doing. You have to stop doing that. We'll still be there, but you can't make posts to get likes of, Donald Trump supporters smoking some crack. That's not doing anything, you see. Trump was in here, by God. All caps. Capitalist miniature maxima. Remember when you took your GED, Ice Cube 3? Why didn't the teachers ever teach you how to spell your real family name right and anti-correct? And only taught you how to sign your legal fiction mark of the beast, capitis diminutive minima, legal identity name for signing contracts. My real family name in lowercase non-contractual is MARC, Douglas, comma, of the House of Vote. Now, if that doesn't tell you how brainwashed you are, not much can. Well, Daddy Johnson's still asleep. The sad part is I see a lot of ex-VM ARs get it. They start to get it. They just don't get that I'm not their master by trying to teach them how to free slave as a team. And they got to teach me how to pure slave as a team. I'm not trying to teach them how. I'm trying to show them how for free, for fun. So there is a team against Team Vatican Debt Slave. They're like, uh-oh, now he's giving orders. Yeah, you get to give them too, though, man. I'm a soldier boss soldier in VM. I follow yours, you follow mine. We're not followers, we're leaders in VM, completely informed, doing the same thing everywhere. And that repetitiveness is not repetitive because no one's seen the information. VM constitutor information, I could easily claim it to be my information. Like information can be owned when not even a clod of dirt can be owned. It's my research and my study I did for VM. Lowercase VM is the people in VM, of VM, by, for, and why VM is. Capital VM, I made the name Verbal Militia all caps before I was aware of any of this. That's in case it has to go corporate and fund VM, lowercase VM. That's also somebody can't hijack the name. I've made claims on it and I've ensured that it can't be taken and used for anything like what I'm doing. There's a band out there that I know they saw me say it and they started using it for a band that they do. Doesn't have anything to do with me. Couldn't care less. I wish the band was a little better, represent the name. I could have a van for air conditioning, my business could be Nike Air Conditioning. As long as there's not a Nike swoosh on there's no conflict of interest, no copyright infringement or nothing. Now, I don't know how big Nike is. How maybe they said you can't have that, but that shouldn't be illegal. The Nike is the goddess of love or something. We love cleaning carpets. I don't know if that's a goddess of love. What is it, Robbie 9? The goddess of fleet-footedness. Is that what it is? Like Mercury? It doesn't legally matter. Who cares? Now, it's not that I didn't completely inform this guy, because I did. He just didn't get it. Trump and what's her name has the coronavirus. They feel great. Hey, we feel great. It's like the Black Death, only it gives you good health and gives you a microchip in your brain. Like it's not already in your smartphone that you take everywhere on purpose. Oh, man. I kind of like the idea of wearing masks in public with all the cameras. What can I like that? If I wear a mask for cameras, am I a pure slave, Robbie 9? Of course, I know it's a fake ass virus. You ain't from no New York City. Meat is murder. Oh boy. You keep that up, and they're selling you that agenda. Maybe they'll make it illegal, you soylent green eater, to murder cows. They'll make that the contractual policy violation when it's not now. Because it's an ever-changing, one-sided, open-ended contract. They can't do that. I mean we. They don't legally consent your offspring to it. Everybody wants to know a way out of the scam, and there isn't one. I heard Alex Jones say a social contract. That's what they call it. They're individual, corporate, commercial, federal contracts, Vatican debt slave contracts, socialism contracts, Social Security, Nazi. That's the St. Peter's Basilica Church. Instead of Jesus saying, sell everything you have and give the money to the poor, the founder of the Catholic Church is said to be I don't know what the hell his name is, St. Peter, but St. Peter's Basilica, I think it's pronounced. Give us all the money. We will distribute the wealth around, mainly to ourselves, and give you fake paper. That's socialism right there from that church the entire time. You're not just getting it pushed on you now. Unjustly just gets pushed on you right now with Democrats. Why protest the Vatican Church with the Protestants? A demonization and denominization of the. Why protest? Why not just leave the cult? Why protest it? Professionally test it. Like musical chairs. You put enough chairs down, everybody gets a chair for a little while. Then they go to college, and their parents didn't. So they learned about evolution theory, and they grow up believing science is true. And they stop believing in God. Now you've created an enemy out of the kids in the family. The first attack is on the individual. The artificial person destroys the individual. The federal bankrupt corporation has destroyed that from day one. As soon as you signed, sealed your driver's license or your Social Security contract, your pay rents, your Vatican informant, legal guardians of the World Vatican Constitutional Debt Contract scam, contracted you to their registered claimed world legal fiction Vatican debt as constitutors. As far as I know, that's felony, a felonious act, but not a felony unless you take them to court and you say, I want my parents charged with felony for contracting me to their debt, or they take you to court and demand it because they see verbal militia as being the solution. Someday, all as a team. Everybody show up in mass, say we want felonies. We want our kids out of the contract because you scammed us. I don't know. I don't know what I would do if I had a baby. I might do that. If there was enough people to do it with me, because doing it by yourself wouldn't do anything. That's the social contract. You can't get out of the contract and you're ruled by society norms. What is good or bad or right or wrong? Well, that now means societally means illegal and legal, or vice versa. What's legal mean? If you know what illegal means, Ice Cube 3. Fulfilling the terms of the contract you signed. Or anything illegal that you haven't been convicted of. That is true, and it's wrong, and well, I don't know if it's wrong. It's correct and true, and I wouldn't say it was right. There you go. If you are a person, everybody uses this word. Do you know of a singular for people? I do. The only one is man or baby. I guess there are two then. Woman, human, those are contractual legal terms. So what do you call what we call women then? Be on the right side of things. Females. Well, I guess that's it. But isn't that like a female? What's that? Feline male? About girls. Hey, what's up, girls? Better than calling them a woman or a hue of a man slave. In Missouri, they call the girls guys. Like, hey, you guys want to go to the river? You'd be hitting on some girls. I never could figure that out. Instead of saying, hey, y'all, like in New Orleans or Alabama. And even girls will say to other girls, hey, you guys want to go down to the river and do some floating? Well, he's been given long enough. He's asleep. And this same guy here, he made me 2 pics that I turned one into a VM meme. And I could have reworded it, put my name on it as the guru. I didn't do that. But he has a t-shirt that says meat is murder because he's a vegan or vegetarian or something. You're just trying to issue your contractual civil liberties to animals, dummy. Instead of the police and the politicians and the lawyers and the cops and the judges and school authorities, just everything with authority, doctors, all your contractual liberties go away. That's where they're going. You had individual contractual liberties. Then they get issued to any group, even the LGBTQTWXYZ, whatever. Now groups can have contractual liberties. Gay rights. They don't have rights. But groups aren't supposed to have rights, or, what you call rights. They're not supposed to have contractual liberties, not groups. Well, that's where they go when you contract them away. They don't disappear. They just get stronger by issuing them to any group that can better serve the scam. Let's friend this one up for the VMAQ, Robbie 9. Right here. I know it's probably hooker bot, Robbie 9. Come on. Is that the VMAQ? Not so sure. She looks real. She looks kind of fake, but she looks good. Maybe I could get some viewers in the TV show I didn't want to do. She was the VMAQ. Thanks so, Ice Cube 3. We got to end this show sometime. VM, it's hard for me to explain. I could speak endlessly on what VM is. I could speak endlessly about legalese and the effects it has on us. I could speak endlessly about the scam and the effects. I don't even mess with the effects because nobody can see what the scam is. They don't know the scam because they can't know legalese. You run around saying, I hate this law, you're claiming government's your God. Every time you do that. On me. That politicians are my legal policy law writer gods. I have one thing on my side, legal fact. I don't care if I'm talking to a judge, a lawyer, or a cop, or an attorney, or a preacher, or a school teacher, or a bus driver. When it's true, it always makes perfect common sense. Let's go down her wall and see if we can correct some sheeple quotes about the founding Freemasons. I would say prime time is 9/11 at night. We got started a little late. This show's going on forever. I almost don't want it to end because I just don't want to leave something out of VM, and I'm not even close to explaining what it is. Watch this, Ice Cube 3. This is while everyone else was on PCs chatting in one chat room. I had two dual monitors side by side way back then, so I was in 4 chat rooms at the same time. You know, I can only type in one at a time, but I can keep my eye on stuff, and I was the most completely informed back then. I could see my name going off. Somebody screaming my name, I'd go read what they said and respond to them. I've always tried to read everything people say to me, not just the last 9 words of it and pretend I read it. Of 250 people in 4 different chat rooms. Imagine that. People send me stuff in IMs. I mean, I read it to a point now until it's like, look, government worshiper, I already know what that is. I don't have to read it all or watch the whole video. You're a government worshiper selling the Fed PSYOP. Here, look at my flat earth video. No, I have watched a bunch of them. They're retarded. Oh, Robbie 9, nobody liked my VMTV post. Well, at least we advertised it more than we normally do as a team. All right, guys. You guys want to go to the river and go floating? It'd be a lot less hassle if you just sat in the inner tube in your backyard and drank beer. But I guess when we were a kid, we didn't really have a backyard. To drink beer anyway, in the inner tube. So back then, BMSS, I was telling people to do this right here. Now, I don't know if you can do this on a tiny little idiot phone screen. It'd be hard. It'd be difficult. I'm thinking you could because I don't use them, but I bought one to see if a VM salute could be flown on a smartphone, and it can't on most of them, but it can in a different way that tells me if you're on a smartphone. Just using the slash instead of the squiggly line for the hand of the salute. So that turned out to be okay. I'd rather they all be uniform, but what I'm doing here is creating 4 separate screens on the monitor. So I got 4 monitors in front of me. I got 2 in the living room on a dual monitor. If I wanted to make sock puppets, make my own fake ass VM army, I could do it easy. See what I'm saying, Robbie 9? Not go be my own yes man. Kind of like you are, but at least the way we do it, or as a team under my legal fiction name. Obviously, we're a team. It's me, myself, and I doing it. Now, using this little bitty screen I created, secondary screen, I can't even see anything. I don't see how you operate on a phone. They must show you stuff different. And on a phone, I don't think you see half of what Facebook is. Like most people probably don't even know there is my notes, our notes feature on their smartphone. And I check people to see if they're capable of having original thought or just sharing. Everything you're sharing is government worship. Sharing Fed PSYOP memes on Facebook, that's not doing research, phone tards. That's not what that is. Back when I was saying the law of the sea is designed to subvert the law of the land, neither one is law. That's government worship. I had one question I asked more than probably any other one. It was, what's the difference between legal and lawful? There isn't any. Contractual, capital L letter, lawful, one legal term word. There's not 2 English words, lawful, F-U-L-L. English word has no contractual legal authority at all, like lowercase l law, lowercase r rights, lowercase o own, instead of contractual ownership, contractual legal rights, contractual liberties, contractual statutory policy law. They're not the same things. You need to know that. The 3 main ones right there. You falsely believe you can own things. You falsely believe you were born with rights that don't exist, and you falsely believe that politicians can write or make law and be your gods when it's contractual voluntary policy. The whole point of what I'm doing. Let's make the politicians stop pretending to be our gods as a team. I wish I could do it all myself. If I could, I would do it all for everyone. If we did it as a team, we'd get some anti-unlaws passed real fast. Those Nazi policy readers would become headless heads of state if they showed up to work. We'd rather y'all stayed home and stopped passing the stupid voluntary self-enslavement and extermination contractual policies. Congress not getting enough done, Robbie 9. Oh, Trump takes too many vacations. He's not getting enough done. He's getting too much done. Just like Obama and Bush did. Did I get even a good picture of this? I could do it into 16 things if I wanted to, but you don't really have to do that if you have a PC. And tabs on phones, they kind of hide behind one another. That would be like if you were at Facebook and some comments of that VM Army were at YouTube, or those are the only two I can think of using. I don't see using Twitter, where you got a character limit. You can't even say 9 words on Twitter, basically. It's like, I gotta put my stuff out on Instagram, on this, on that, and this. Well, I don't need to do that. I've always said this is where all the sheep are at Farcebook, so I guess I will go there on the order of somebody as VM. I said, I don't want to do it, but VM said to do it, I'll do it, even though I don't want to. And shortly after that, they closed JTV down, like moving you to Farcebook. Makes me think that was part of the Fed PSYOP, that whole thing. Even the 9/11 inside job movement was to branch off people and divide and conquer. If you haven't noticed, all your friends disappearing, your family disappearing. Maybe we should make our own team, our own family. Completely informed for a change, instead of completely brainwashed and totally clueless still 20 years after 9/11. If you think JFK getting killed was a bad thing, you're an idiot. Vietnam War, come on. The fucking Bay of Pigs staged event. Not so sure he got killed. The easiest murders to get away with are the ones that don't happen. I have no real reason to believe he wasn't killed, but give me a break. Trying to close down the bullshit. Trying to close down the Federal Reserve. He had executive order powers. He could have done it and disbanded the CIA in one executive order. Not a presidential directive, which is what PD 11110 used to be. Now they claim it's executive order 11110. They've changed that. And it wasn't the stupid Mandela effect. Let's take a look down my completely informed wall. It will be all verbal militia information, all VM constitutor information, except for I took a little break here and watched Talladega. Has nothing to do with truthing. Who cares? I'm not selling, Trump is Jesus or in the Federal Reserve banking system statute. They can't be a bank or a law. It's a contractual policy for all banks. On the bank door, the FDIC stickers, don't loan Rothschild debt because it's not Rothschild debt. It's world contractual legal fiction Vatican debt of every bank in the contractual legal fiction world. All around, the buildings are on planet Earth. In the bank, in banking, in the contract. Now, you would think a catchy title like this, Verbal Militia, marc27's The Four Horsemen of the Scam. That's the first 4 links, plus the bonus link of the legal definition of authority. The Scam, the Truth, the Beast. You would think maybe a Christian or two might want to read that or something, but maybe some truth seekers might want to read it. Maybe, 1 or 2 people in 6 years might want to know what the scam is. Or at least want to know what I say that it is, enough to read it. They don't. I don't think anyone's ever read it all. And I have ways of finding out. I hide things in that note. What'd you say, Robbie 9? Who's the guest viewer doll over there with the red hair? Who do you think it is? Take a guess. You don't guess. Okay, who is it then? It's Candy Q. She may have actually ended up reading it, Robbie and I. She's trying to contact me from jail. Wait, there's Candy Q over here. She's all wigged out, long hair. I give people the best nicknames. Candy Queen, because she had red hair, like cotton candy or something. And I help the neighbors in my neighborhood do all kinds of stuff. And there's this one, I don't know what, they're like a community of people up there, sort of family and sort of visit, I don't know, like guests, like hostel type thing. And their garage is always messed up and they're always throwing stuff away. And I go up there and help them clean it out a little bit. I lost my light. It went out. I got another one. Let's get Candy Q on the VMTV show. Oh, shit. Look at her. Hi, marc27 from jail. And her first response to me was like, I see that you're a good lawyer, and how do I get my kids back from CPS? Like, give me some magic words to use. I'm like, okay, here they are. Ready? Get in compliance or you'll never see them again. Well, I don't want to do that. That's bound to the government. You live contractually standing under legality. You don't have freedom and you don't have rights, you know. Yeah, but I won't do that. You really don't want to see your kids then, I guess. You're not going to. And she hasn't. And as far as I know, she went to jail because she went homeless and she was ex-military and now she's having another baby in jail, as far as I know. And claims I'm responsible for it somehow. I've never met her. She's from Iowa or Ohio or something. Iowa, I think. Never seen her before. That's not my baby, okay? Candy Q. Maybe you have enough time in jail, you can get on the internet and read the verbal militia note I give everyone to read for free. Because I could pay them and they wouldn't read it. Because everything they don't believe. But if one other person said read it, I might get one other person besides them to read it. Us three we all say read it. Maybe we get 6 people to read it. And see how important it is, because you're not going to see how important it is until after you read it. You'll find that note in my notes at Facebook. It still shows up. Or discussions on the Mark Douglas Vote channel on YouTube. If you want to find that channel, there's no direct link. It's all mixed up, but it doesn't have a personalized link. If you search VMTV space, not dash, VMTV in capital letters, space / by marc27. I've been putting by marc27 on a lot of my videos, so that'll get it to a show. You can sub the channel. Couldn't care less about subs. Can't care less about thumbs up. Don't want to hear your Vatican debt slave programming in my chat. It's not a place to acquire chat. It's somewhere to be anti-federally programmed and completely informed at the same time. Feel free to bring anybody else and chat with them all you want. I'm just, I don't need it. Let's show them who I am, Robbie Knight. I always do this. Whenever you're ready, Candy Q. My belly out of jail, and you're going to be my slave. My VM slave. Send my VM Frankenstein groupie I created. Anti-VM groupie. There's who I am, first of all. No, Ice Cube 3, not the plastic head Jesus. The real lyrical Jesse James of Open Honest Legal English Ease. The namer of the scam. The conqueror of legalese. The namer of the post 9/11 Fed PSYOP. The namer of Operation Farce Book Communication Breakdowns with Stupid Idiot Phones, obviously. I see people I know had to go to college just misspelling 5-letter words like it doesn't even mean a thing. Hey, as long as you know what I meant. Well, I didn't know what you meant because you didn't use the correct word. So you didn't say what you meant. Well, I can read the last 9 words in my IM of what you wrote, marc27. I can guess at what you said, all that information up there. I can just believe that I read it. And just try to keep on chatting with you about it. You can't go on chatting until you read the last comment. Like if I wrote you a letter by mail, and you're like, I don't want to open that one. I'll just write him a letter and respond to the letter I didn't read. Guess who ain't going to be opening your letters? Candy Q. They're all sitting here unopened. I'm sure you had real fun writing them in jail. Like I did typing everything to you that you can't know. You didn't read. That's me. World champion of this papal bullshit. Papal bull, for those that don't know, means papal law. Capital L letter, contractual policy. Papal, holy pedophile, Nazi law. Not law with a lowercase l. You would think all these self-grandizing titles, G.I. Joe 66, I like the way they shrunk it back down there on me, might get 1 or 2 people in 6 years to ask a question. I've seen 3 people share the legal definition of constitutor. I'm like, what are you doing that for? You know how to explain that? Why are you calling on me to show up as your slave to explain it when you can't explain it? Why aren't you doing this as VM? And some I didn't say anything. And they'll share it once. No one likes it. Never share it again. I've only seen it shared maybe 5 times on Facebook and somewhere else. They just blow right over it. Oh, who cares? Our taxes are Vatican debt. Everybody hates the Vatican. Why don't we just pay free tithing to the Vatican? Since we hate them so much and we hate pedophiles so much, why don't we pay the holy pedophiles to rape our babies and not get charged with the contractual policy violation of rape? Because it's on their federal property. If it was in your house, it would still be their federal claim registered British monarchy property management property. Marcus, in all capital letters like the Romans. Aurelius. Terullius. XXVII. AKA marc27. World champion. Cram Government is my name. Mixed up like Jim Morrison's Mojo Rising. I didn't make up that name. That's not a pen name. That's my real, actual, true Mark of the Beast legal fiction Vatican debt slave name. Legal cattle, chattel identity name. Branded on me. marc27, that's not my real family name. That's my true speaker name. My completely informed VM Army free slave name. marc27 with a number attached. Everyone in VM gets a VM free slave name. So their Mark of the Beast numbers can't stick on us as a team. Every VM meme gets the URL Treaty of Peace, 1763, 1783 at the top in gold font. And you can see by looking up that treaty online of the Holy Roman Empire within the first paragraph. You'll see it right off the bat. That's who you're the constitutor of. Then the legal definition of constitutor no one's ever seen. Unless I put it in their face a couple hundred times, they'll see it and ignore it and pretend it's invisible so they can go back to worshiping government as their god. Those are my enemy. And when you're on my team, they become your enemy. You become on my team and not my enemy. You become the enemy of Vatican debt slave team. Team Vatican fuck slave, procreated debt slave, registrars, registration, castration, Vatican debt slave assassin team. Government doesn't kill anyone. Democide didn't kill anyone. People who believed in the contract killed each other for the holy pedophiles, and still are. This guy, Danny Johnson's worried about cows, chickens, and pigs. They're killing your pets, your dogs, your cats that you love more than those fucking chickens that give you eggs. You're off track. How can we take our freedoms back? You contracted them away. How would you take them back for life? How are you going to take them back once you contracted them away? Why would you do that to your offspring? Once you know what the scam is, why would you do that to your offspring if you knew what the scam is? Why would anyone? Besides the holy pedophiles and George Bush and Clinton and Obama and Trump. Their contractual liberties are fine. You see, they got a lot of extra ones. You got less. And for the most part, I used to believe they designed these scams to kill off poor people. How about the not greedy people? The people who don't lie, cheat, and scam to get Vatican debt creds. The givers and not the takers. How about to kill them off? That's why they're poor. VM is designed to completely replace the post 9/11 Fed PSYOP, your God is government still, total truth or fail movement. You got conned again. I think I had this reversed, Robbie 9, but the con is that law can exist, first of all. Contractual policy readers cannot write law that cannot exist. There is the con, along with believing you have rights and can own things to make you go along with it. The bait and switch for contractual liberties and contractual ownership, where you're in possession of the property, you're the trustee of the federal claimed property. Doesn't matter if it's private or personal or corporate or, state property. A state of federal corporate being is what a state is for Vatican debt creds. You have a federal government, then it's federal property. So are you. registered and claimed, not owned. You should take this gift of power I'm gifting to you. The bankers don't own you. They can't own a fucking bank. They can't own a clod of dirt. The Rothschilds have no money. They have 500 trillion Vatican debt creds. You post 9/11 Fed PSYOP government worshippers, still completely brainwashed and clueless, still not completely informed yet. There is no somewhat informed. There's no semi-woke. Woke. Everyone will say government's a scam if asked in the right setting. Unless they are profiting off the scam, they're not going to say it. Oh man, they'll just be praising America and God help, save the country. I don't claim I can know a thing in legal fiction. I can know the scam, like any scam. Once known by enough people, that scam somehow becomes well known, fully known. Once it's fully known, the scam can't work again. There's the only solution. While I am alive, I see the first 27-man VM army as being the impossibility that I may never achieve because I have no say-so about it. There's nothing I can do more than I have done. I can't team. The part where everyone fails VM. You gotta go wash my dead dog because it ran away after it died and it's dirty and stinks and needs cleaning, Marc27. Even though it's cremated already, still needs washing. Instead of doing anything as a team for fun, for free. For a completely informed worldwide VM that won't need a name halfway by that time to be attacked and destroyed. That name is simply a selling point, a marketing tool, not to make money, not to make Vatican debt, not to wake you up. You all live standing under actuality, legality, and legal fiction, but you could become real today as VM in a VM Army boot camp room. Before that, you have to go through as many verbal militia homework assignments as it takes. To deprogram you. I can't make you forget things. I can't make you know things. I can't teach you things. All I can do is use legal facts and show you what the scam is, and it's easy for me. What's not easy is doing it successfully, not as a team. Give me 9 people, will change everything as a team. Completely informed. Don't think that's impossible because it's not. Doesn't mean I know, where we came from. The most stupid debate I've ever seen, waste of time I've ever seen in my life. If there's a chance that we'll ever know that, it's the reason no one can bomb the Vatican that's in their library. And the holes in the ground where they store all their gold that Russia stores a little bit. If you had all the gold registered and claimed, would you keep it all under the Vatican? Half of it under the Parliament of the British monarchy? So everybody else want to come take it, or would everybody get a little chunk of it to guard for you? and pretend as their own. Those two legal facts at the top of that meme are more important than anything you've ever seen, not just post 9/11 Fed PSYOP. Those two legal facts right there are more important than everything you've ever seen. I don't know how else I can put it to you. That's true, what I said. If you're not paying attention, you should look those up, make sure I didn't make them up. Maybe I'm just trying to get likes or, get subs on my channel. Go look them up so you know I'm not lying. What did Carlin say? The American dream has to be a dream. You got to be asleep to believe it or something. What was that, Robbie 9? I never liked comedians. I always thought they come off as fake humorous. I never did like them. But George Carlin, I still don't like him as a comedian. I just like what he says. I don't consider him really a comedian. I don't know. You listen to him, he does a lot of the same stuff I do. I'm not copying him, but his audience, he's downgrading people of all types. They're all in the audience, but it's funny to them because they're in the group. He's talking about you morons. These VM memes do not fit completely on the cam, on the screen. But every one of them has that gold font up there. Of course, I designed these to be uniform and to be made by all VM, not only me, once you're completely informed. Everything about VM is for team, not me. This pic inside this meme, which is why I designed it a little different down here. That gives me a year whenever I did that, when I look back at them. Danny Johnson knows this from me, yet he's got a t-shirt on his pro pic today from 6 months ago when I completely informed him that meat is murder because he's a vegetard, veganism, whatever. So he wants animal rights. Rights don't exist. He's got a dog as a cat, as a registered claim piece of property pet. He's getting them vaccinated with cancer. You're eating it, in the GMO vegetables. You got lost, stupid fuck. That's my can of stupid fuck off spray, Robbie 9. There comes a time I just have to spray people with it. Can't help myself. VM, heavy duty, new, super duty, stupid fuck off spray in a can. Is it fuck off stupid or stupid fuck off spray? Who knows? I worded it tricky. There, hey, Robbie 9, the Ultraman. I like the way you made that meme, Robbie 9. I like that one. Thanks for your uniform. You're welcome, buddy. Here's a kick-ass uniform you got. There's a time when I would get mad if somebody called me a fed. Now I know I'm a fed. I'm a contracted general federal agent, not a special federal agent with a badge and a gun and extra liberties. I got less liberties. I contracted them away. So I don't have a problem admitting that the government didn't do it to me. Imagine more people like me, how powerful we could be as a team against one person, not the entire artificial person world at a time. 9 people against one artificial person at a time. Making them, forcing them to see. Healing the blind. Feeding the sick. Enriching the poor. Protecting the weak. Completely saving every unborn little baby boy or baby girl yet to be contracted into the world. Now look at what you're doing online, crying about the government, bitching about the fake news. Designed exactly for that, for you to do. So there's nothing you can do about the scam I named. The smartphones aren't making you smarter, they're making you brain dead. Social distancing is going to a party and standing in a circle, chatting to each other on a smartphone instead of talking to each other. Having fun. Those are going to go out of style. I don't know if they'll be microchipped into your heads before that. But using that fake ass tool is going to go out of style. Hopefully sooner than it's too late. And I'm stuck standing here in the same fucking place talking on the internet. No different than you running around on that smartphone, but it's different. You're not accessing the internet. I had to search all of it for this information. I call VM constitutor information. I gift to you all for free that you've never seen. Words mean things. Words control your every thought. There's a little bit of mind control. Think of a cow. Now think of a cow with a brown and white spot on it. Now think of a black cow with some big horns and a nose ring. Did you think of a cow or a steer? Simple mind control. You obey, pay, worship, and serve contractual, policy, legal terms written in shall not mean shall in legalese. Nothing more. But other people that believe in the contract. That's what contractual legal consent means. A belief in the contract. All impossible, anti-possible, supernatural, anti-real, and anti-true contract. All of it. Governmental retards. Get with the program. Get deprogrammed. I haven't signed a driver's license contract since 1999. It was a 5-year driver's license from Florida. Expired in 2004. I started researching things in 2003.5 from my home. Not my house I can't own. I got domiciled here by my scam-ass actual family. Got this family business run on me. Hey, that's a beautiful meme you made, Robbie9. You are real. Look, there's your real truther work. Real true speaker work. There's that actual work. We are part of a contract at Facebook. Everything we do is part of the contract, like an addendum to the Constitution. Everything you sign, every bank loan, every form, registration, hospital bill, info whores. Somebody pointed out a long time ago, that's a Fed PSYOP name that the Army uses. That's me. Not yet a year ago today. 54, I'm not getting any healthier or any younger smoking cigarettes like they're going out of style, doing all your research and true study for you. I need to update that name, Robbie9, put the gold font at the top. Right now I'm hungry. I'm doing this show. I've gone hungry many days, speaking out, not eating, with a stove right behind me. Most of the time I don't even use a plate. I've become what I am. I don't know what you are. But I guarantee you ain't nothing like me. I'm the freak of the natural order of things. There it is, updated, Robbie9. I used to only have the legal definition of constitutor at the top. I obviously thought that would be enough to get some questions asked, so I went ahead and put of the Holy Roman Empire right there. And don't worry about it. You're going to heaven to worship Jesus. I mean Trump in the flaming sky and worship government. Or Obama, if Obama's your Jesus. Doesn't legally matter. You'll be dead as fuck in the afterlife from then on. Hey, I updated this one. You seem sure that you are a truth seeker. The legal definition of constitutor. This is the not Black's Law one, but there's different legal definitions. There's Dean's, Bouvier's, Black's Law dictionaries, contractual policy legal dictionaries. He who promised by a simple pact to pay the debt of another, and this is always a principal obligation. Promised or agreed. Yeah, which is it? Promise is a little more forceful there. You legally, contractually consented, not agreed to it. Anti-agreed to it because you didn't even know you were signing a contract. Written in shall not mean shall in legalese, so you cannot agree to the contract. You can only legally consent with your signature. It's exactly when that happens for life. Wedding signature. I didn't wedding signature, anything to be at Facebook. You're still acting federally at Facebook. It's contract. They've changed the policy. That's what acts of Congress are, the open-ended part of the contract. One-sided, not your sided. You don't get to write the policy. Third party, open-ended, one-sided contract no one would sign with their own grandmother, especially if she had an attorney to oversee the contract and change the policy. Go America. Sometimes I just get some pics. I don't know where I get them from. Jesus Christ, a true anarchist. Okay. Why is he saying give all your money to the poor then? I am Tyler Durden. As VM, that's what I demand you also be. Completely informed. I can't wait for Project Mayhem to begin. You got to find the porch first. You got to be let in the house. You got to earn your way in the house. I don't need flat earthers in my house or Jew-tards trying to Jews or space alien hunters. Alien. It's a legal term, idiots. Stupid fucks. Stupid procreated Vatican fuck slave creators. Baby makers. Child registers. Savages. Chief Two Feathers. One of the last Indians interviewed that, I'm trying to think of what the story is. One of the last chiefs interviewed about the United States and the system the white man brought. And he said, before white man showed up, we had beaver, elk, deer, fish, plenty to eat. We would hunt all day and all week come home, fuck our women. They would clean up after us and raise our babies. And only the white man could fuck up a system like that. I don't know how real or true that story is. Just something I got off the internet. No New World Order that's been here since 1492, only up until 1945. Fed psyop. You know, you're never going to get the world government. It'll always be around the corner. And don't expect it ever, because it's never getting here, but it's already here. Like the mark of the beast in your forehead, your social security number. If you're not worshiping it, if you're done worshiping it, put it in the chat so I can worship it. I won't use it. Be lucky if some Mexicans get it. Go pick some vegetables and put some money on your account. Some anti-money. This is what you look like when you're getting to the point where you could be completely informed. My mistake. I thought this was legal versus lawful stuff. At least you know legal's contractual, but you don't know lawful's contractual. You're still a government worshiper. That question I asked, what's the difference between legal and lawful? I don't know how many times I asked that question. Quite a few. Quite a few hundred times, maybe 1,000, I guess. Burn it. You still legally consented to it. We can't burn all the contracts like Tyler Durden in the fake-ass fictional movie blowing up bank buildings like a terrorist. I mean, exact Fed psyop crap that wouldn't do anything. Like banks don't have more than one record everywhere. That's not going to wipe out your debt. To end the scam, every artificial person on earth, all 7.7 billion of them right now, would have to not sign birth certificate contracts for their offspring and not use the contractual liberty. After they stop signing contracts and after their children don't have contracts. And you would still have government as your God for the next 80 years until all those people died. That's the scam. That's the extent of it. So know what you're fighting for. It ain't you. You ain't getting out of the contract. Know what you're fighting against. It's a what, not a who. It's a voluntary debt contract scam. What a corporate contract is essentially is a group contract. I don't think there should be such a thing. I'm not going to be around to change the policy. If VM ever does what I want it to do, it's going to be more like this. You want to do it, Robbie 9, with the beeps in the future? No, I can't go beep. It'll be like on the news. World terrorist Mark 27 broke the law, and the law doesn't work anymore because of Mark 27's The Scam Note. And now we can't own things because of Mark 27. And we don't have rights anymore because Mark 27 is a world terrorist. He's destroyed our world. It's okay. Because now we have computers to write the voluntary contractual policy now. You know, pass the open-ended part of the contract. But it's all Mark 27's fault. But at least the computer's, you know, not evil Satanist. And at least you'll have some new policy. You're going to have change. All because of Mark 27. And if the computers say you go in the FEMA camps, well, that's the logical thing to do. And it's all Mark 27's fault. But it is contractual voluntary policy, though. Just remember that. That's good. It's not the law anymore. It's just contractual voluntary policy that the computer writes for you because of Mark 27, the world terrorist. Way to go, Mark 27. Way to destroy everything we believed in. Falsely of by and for the holy pedophiles. I don't think they'd put that on there, though, Robbie 9. That one's 6-7 years ago. It doesn't have the legal definition of treaty of peace, or it has the legal definition of constitutor, no treaty of peace on it. I thought telling people that the British monarchy and the Revolutionary War was not an inside job would get Americans to wake up a long time ago, Robbie. They don't care. Heck, we worship the Queen over there. Everything they do is still on TV. Hey, there's a VMAQ, Robbie 9. Is that one of your hooker bot friends? Look at me a long time ago, still using words like evil. That smacks of religiosity. You like this music? Ice Cube 3 with no commercials? Was there about 6 lines in this song? I do like it. I'm not sure who it is, Robbie 9. This I made, I believe, before Trump was elected. I think maybe after, though, because I was predicting Hillary would be the president after the black dude. I thought it would be a woman. Doesn't matter. Same pill property. So I must have made that right after Trump got elected. Most Americans are dumber than fuck out. Gotta keep children safe. There's you, Robbie Nine, the cat in the hat. Is that one of your alter egos? Clint Eastwood cat? I don't know why it just keeps cycling through a little bit of these memes. Maybe it's on the same line. Wait, you gotta see what Facebook did to my note. I'm getting reports all over the place that you can't get to it to read it already. They said they're not deleting them until the 31st. That's from a real true adventure of me on my freedom from nothing Vatican debt cred legally purchased engine bike, VM street bike. I'm letting the memes do the talking right behind. Like that? Like it. Give me a like. You know how important they are. Please help fight for a world out of total control population because it's all completely holy pedophile, debt slave, and extermination contractual world Nazi policy change. Huh. I can barely make sense of that. But if you read it, policy keeps changing, doesn't it? Open-ended contract. Not good. A contract should be like stating what it is, and then, that's it. It shouldn't be open-ended. Even if it was both sides could change the contract, which it's not. That would, hey, I cut your grass this week for $20, and then the other guy's like, no, you cut it twice a week for $20. Well, I'll cut it twice a week for $45. They just keep, what the fuck? Open-ended contract. You got any more of that VM, Robbie Nine? From the rave world? Want to have a small team of 9? Usually about 6 guys and 3 girls. We had fun. At least we believed we were having fun. Back when I used to believe things. We got any more? Biggest slave job there is, cutting your grass on the weekends. When you get off work, come home and mow the monarchy weeds. The story on lawns is what rich people did to show they didn't have to grow gardens. We're all rich now. I grow dandelions for the bees to keep us alive. I feed the squirrels and the cats and the birds and people around here. And I don't have a lot of Vatican debt creds to spend each month, but I don't spend much. I don't need much. People are more valuable than things. So are cats and dogs and birds and squirrels. For Danny Johnson, so are pigs and chickens and cows. But why bring them in on the scam? Government worshiper, ex-VMAR. For life now, as far as I'm concerned. You keep on doing that. Not as a team. You can't convince one person of anything, not as a team. That's the post 9/11 Fed PSYOP I named. That's all I see. It's been around since 2007. I'm ready. VM Army Ground Forces. Pro pick. Flag. VM Army Special Forces. The VM Army Queen, which includes every girl allowed to be VM after that. Brought in to be VM after that. The VMAR, the only one with the star. The one that can start it all. The chosen one by me. The decided one by you. I can't decide things for you. All federally foolish choices are made from the all lies only hidden in legalese, while also hidden in the English language as sometimes capitalized, sometimes not capitalized pronouns, professionally contracted Vatican debt slave nouns like all cities and states in your legal name. Like also called countries that are bankrupt federal corporations. While all decisions are completely informed, therefore all decisions are all wise. You notice what I'm doing, Robbie9? I'm sort of saving my Facebook because we're basically done here. I'm going to make VM memes. And I'm going to maybe, I can't promise going live. I can't do it. I'm going to maybe do something I haven't done at light speed. That's you, Robbie9. Yep, I'm going live on YouTube daily because that's what it would take for anybody to ever notice any of these videos. I know that's what it would take. If I did that, it would be at 9/11 at night. I'd like to say 9/11 in the morning and 9/11 at night. I can't commit to one day in a row of doing this. I also can't stop doing it. So you don't have to worry about that, Robbie9. If you're getting your ass kicked in a tennis match, you might as well start hitting the ball as hard as you can. If you're going to lose, start playing baseline if you're a net rusher. Start rushing the net if you're a baseliner. Throw up some moon ball lobs in the middle of points. Who knows? You know, you're getting your ass whipped anyway. 2 sets of love, down 5 games to 1. Well, you don't have anything to lose except to go all out. If you're about to get knocked out in boxing, you might as well throw some haymakers while you do get knocked out. In the past year or so, I've talked less and less every month than I ever have in the entire time I've been doing this on the internet, but more to people in person. Because when I speak to someone live, one-on-one, at least I know they don't have to read 9 words of what I'm saying to get what I'm saying. But I can't knock on 7 billion doors. I can't knock on 7 billion doors on the internet by myself. I designed VM off the advice of Tom Ridge, Homeland Security, right after 9/11, and I listened to the terrorists when they speak, and he said the only thing we can't defend is an organized group with one cause, one mission, all individually operating with no leadership necessary, no central command necessary, all operating in small, different, unique individual cells, carrying out individual attacks. Verbal militia was the name. Can't be violent if it's verbal. Militia back then meant to me the people. Defending the people. Not defending against the government, not anything. Just the people defending the people. And that's not what it means in legalese. It means federal militia, not a lowercase m people's militia. The militia would be to defend the federal government, not people. Artificial persons, fake people, Vatican debt slaves, property. Before verbal militia, for about 45 seconds, the name I came up with was verbal terrorists. I said, it's VT. Join VT. Probably not. Yeah. And I was like, well, that's probably not very good, and people won't want to join it. So, verbal militia, boom. There could be no better name for it. If you're completely informed, and you just can't stand me, can't stand the VM logo, but want to share constitutor information as a team, you can have a different version of VM. True Speak Army. I don't know. I don't care what you call it. It's the information that is not known. It was common knowledge. Now it's not. Your common sense has gone away with your belief in the contract. To believe you can own things that can't be owned, that takes no common sense because it's false. You can't. Here's what you're trying to do for the Vatican Nazi policy you call your government. Every day of your lives, I'm trying to untrain you from that. That's what has to happen first. Can't know a thing in legal fiction anyway. I updated this one. After you know who you really and truly are, not who you actually are. You need to know what you are. This is what you need to decide to be. No spark, there's no flame. VM is a rocket that took off once and was shot down by a so-called truther friend over jealousy. Luckily, I was still completely brainwashed and totally clueless, and that rocket was going everywhere in the wrong direction. So I built another one. This one's perfect. This one can't be moved off course. This one is on target. I can't build the launch pad or light the fuse. That's for the VMAQ. And the VMAR to help me do. And I've got everything needed to do it. Except team. I'll be the eye and the asshole of team. So you don't have to be. You don't have to be me. You get to be nice as a team. You get to be polite as a team. Because what you say as a team reflects on the other members of the team. So what I do to get people to read is not what you do as VM. I'm doing what I do perfectly and perfectly wrong only because it's not as a team. I'm doing what I do to get people to read. Now it's to hear me. I don't like speaking. I don't like it at all. I'm getting used to it. I don't think I'll ever like doing it. So I'm going to call it the live button, Robbie9, instead of hitting the live button. Hopefully that changes a little bit of things. Inherently, I have a fear of speaking. I got plenty to say. It's been coming out of my fingertips for so long, it's no problem for me now. Just say it vocally. It's harder for you to see what I mean. I'm trying to show you what legalese is, the whole reason you're enslaved. This one needs a gold font. After 3 30-day bans, if I get another one, I'm pretty sure this account will get deleted. The information in my head can't go away. Guess who's not censoring me? Mark Zuckerberg. Not the sheep who watch federal TV programming. It's you truther fails. The sheep who post pictures of cheeseburgers don't report each other for making each other look brainwashed and stupid. You always do it. You run away and you hide and you block people. You do everything you can not to read over 9 words, especially when it goes against your program belief, false belief, and everything anti-real. and anti-true and actual and contractual and factual. That's your government God worship, your blood cult that you fund, obey, pay, worship, and serve. Same one I'm still forced to, only because of all of you. In the Fed or in the scam I named. Foolishly choose or wisely decide. This is the only pic of me you'll ever see. My idiot brother posted it without even telling me. This is the only account it's been on. It's the only picture of me online. As far as I know, it may be the only picture of me that exists. That was when I was 33. I look the same today. VM is Fight Club for completely informed, real, true speakers of what is true and false about the scam and the post 9/11 Fed PSYOP. VM is designed to replace the total truth or fail movement to government worship still. I am Tyler Durden. This conversation is over.